Getting there. Wait, Brit food? I thought you lived in LA. Okay, but you're British.
it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
And welcome everyone to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. Today is week 2, day number 3. Today we have, just like the previous 2 days, Hex again joining me here. Thank you, Hex, for coming online here. Oh, it's going to be a great day. It's our first time casting together as a duo. How are you feeling, brother?
It's going to be great. I'm going to make you look good by virtue of me being just absolutely terrible. But it's going to be fun, man. Is it like this week has gone by and it's kind of changed every single day. And I had, before this week, I was studying last week and I'm like, oh, I got a nail on this meta. I know exactly what's going to happen. And then the first night, everyone's just like, no, we're not doing that. We're running cast. And it's been a baller. But also, I mean, the first couple of days, I was like, well, it's early in the tournament and, you don't really know yet. So these standings don't really mean much. I'm dead wrong. Like, as we get towards a couple of these games later tonight, there's going to be huge stakes on the line as things start to really shape up going towards the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get to see the standings soon enough. And we'll talk more about the standings because we got some important matchups, especially for the specific teams playing today coming up real soon. So, and you talk about the meta, we've seen some Cassie, and you were mentioning that we might just go into like some specific meta team comps depending on the map that we go into. So I'm really liking the meta. We don't really have a stable comp for every single map. We're actually having a lot of variety right now, which I've been seeing some different comps coming from the other regions which just started. So it's plenty more Overwatch to watch all the time.
Right. Well, the most stable of the map pools has been pretty much like Lijiang Tower, King's Row, and then Esperanza, right? Anything that goes outside of that, you're like, what are they cooking here? Like, what's going on this map? There's got to be something specific. So it's been really cool to see how that's come into play. A lot of Midtown coming into play. Like, that's been really interesting to see. Still yet to see Ilios. Like, I would love for a team to just run Ilios and be like, well, we think that we're going to lose against you, so maybe we'll get 3 environmental kills and pull one off. But yeah, Control's been great. Like, all of these teams are so close. I mentioned it last night. Like, you've got like Kings at the top, Kings and WAC actually, and then like the bottom teams. But those bottom teams are still taking maps off, taking fights. Like, it's not been as one-sided as I've seen throughout my Overwatch career. Of like, here we got San Francisco, and here's this other team yet to be named. It's like, well, I don't even need to watch. It's going to be embarrassing. I'm going to feel bad for them. But it's actually been really close, even the teams that are struggling.
Yeah, even though teams are struggling on the bottom, but some teams actually are on the bottom, only played 2 matches. Like, I can't recall the exact name right now, but I think that was Genesis only playing 2, and I think they've only played against the strongest 2 teams right now in the standings. So other 6 more matches that they have to go through, it might actually be a lot more wins from, I think, which they're actually at 7th place right now. They could be climbing up to like 3rd place. That's totally up in the air depending on today's match, actually. And we just had our first 3-2 yesterday for the first time in Korea. That was a crazy match, man.
Yeah, so Genesis had only played one map before that, so I think they were 0-3 map score. I think it was whack, I want to say. But anyway, they were 0-3 coming into that match last night, and then they took Runaway to the brink. Actually, I mean, if you really go down to it, there were moments where Genesis should have won that match last night too, before we got to map 5. So even like the teams that are 0-2 down there now, like Genesis, it's like, well, are they really 0-2? You know, there's still a lot of catching up to do as far as match scores go. So yeah, there's a lot left to be played, but things are going to start shaping up rather quickly when you get to these teams that are maybe 3, 4, 5, 6. You're all fighting for this spot to like be top 4 and guarantee your spot in the playoffs.
Yes, certainly you do want to go directly into the playoff first, getting your top 4, and then the bottom 4. Of course, the last team, 9th place, will not be even having a chance to go into that playoffs later. So that's VEC at the moment, who does seem like the weakest out of all 9 teams. But here's the standings, and SPG right along with them with 1 differential. But we're really talking about the Falcons, WAC, tied for first place, and I think they're going to be staying in that top 2, top 3 position for a long time, Hex.
It'd be surprising if they didn't, but I mean, how important is that one map that Samoa took down now too? Like that's the map differential keeping them out of that 9th spot. So it became a meme for a little bit that every map matters, but kinda really does. Like if you get down there, I mean, there's only a certain amount of games, and we're gonna have teams that are tied up as far as wins and losses go. So those ratios end up being absolutely critical. But as we go forward through tonight, like we said, the big thing is that top 4 spot guarantee your way in. 5 through 8 have to play themselves in. 9 on the outside looking in. Here's the map pool. What's a map that like we haven't seen that you want to see?
I would like to see. Oh, not that we haven't seen, but I would like to see some more Dorado personally. If we get to Escort, yeah. But we got to see Circuit Royale yesterday. That Widow duel. Oh God, we were all in for a treat. Those shots were just absolutely critical, beautiful to watch on screen. But yeah, that's good. Dorado is going to be my favorite, and I think we've seen most of the maps coming out from Japan, Pacific, and also Korea so far.
Yeah, and here's today's matchup on notice.
WAP versus VEC. We'll be starting off with that. First place versus the dead last will be our first matchup, and Runaway, who had a very, very shaky match yesterday, who ended up winning at least, versus Yeti, who we do think is going to be ending up in the middle pack somewhere. That's going to be a very important match for both of them. And match number 3, Pokerface versus Genesis. Remember, Genesis was kind of at the bottom 3 at the moment, but this will be a pretty good testing ground for them.
There's so many great stories coming in through this. I mean, obviously, WAC looks absolutely dominant right now. It's a team that hasn't lost a map versus a team that hasn't won a map. So on paper, whatever. But VEC has kind of taken things to the brink. Like, if you didn't watch the games, you just think they're like bottom feeders. They are not. They've actually got a lot going for them.
And we do have WAC here. WAC. We'll call it. It's official, right? WAC. We're calling them WAC all the time. Yeah.
Yep. I'm in.
Okay, that's how we're going to do it. And Hisang, I believe Hisang has one of the highest number of MVPs so far, counted in total, accumulated. So we'll see how many times he pops off. And along with Lit, Junbin Max, this team. Certainly, not many people expected this team to be at top 2. I was expecting them to be in top 3 or 4. But certainly showing off some great signs so far. But the thing is, they played against a lot of the weaker tier teams. They still got to play against FTG and also Falcons, which is one of our last matches of the tournament.
Yeah, it's coming up in a couple of weeks. I'm going to have to bribe someone so I get to cast that one. Sorry, guys. Yeah, but here's VEC. They've kind of, like I said, they're at the bottom, right? So no one's really expecting a lot from them. That can actually play into their favor at a certain point of like, look, no one expects us to win. We can do whatever we want. You can play looser. You can play faster. They've actually played like interesting compositions. They've taken it to different maps. So they're like, there's no easy team to beat here. You cannot overlook a single team. And beyond just not like overlooking them for a match, you don't want to drop a map. What do you think of this WAC roster?
This WAC roster, it is pretty solid, and I always roll my eyes to Chorong, who has been having so many saves on screen, off screen. This guy is incredible. I can't believe he hasn't really gotten an MVP yet. But this roster, of course, starting with Max today, not Junbin, or was it the other way? But this roster seems pretty much stacked, and having two tanks in this meta right now with a variety of map pool that we have is always a solid choice.
Max, Junbin, can't really go wrong. I think a lot of people are realizing just how good they are after maybe some super high expectations in the Overwatch League that they maybe didn't live up to, but I think that they're finally showing exactly what they have. Here is the Vesta Esports crew. No substitutions here. This is going to be the squad that you're going to see all I keep saying evening, I'm sorry, morning, afternoon, whatever it is, all match. And Minute has had some pop-off moments on long-range hit scan. The Sojourn right. Looked really good. The support line has been solid for the most part. And then the question is, what kind of tanks do they want to run? They started off in the first week running almost exclusively Junker Queen, have gotten away from that recently.
And that's, I think, a pretty good talking point that we have to bring here, as Groom, the only tank of the team, who has been having a lot of suffering moments because he is the only one usually getting pinpointed too on different maps, because Junker Queen only works on few specific maps. If you can get the control, maybe it's okay. If you have the shout, but on the other maps, not as well, because we all know the weakness of her compared to the other tanks that's been used. You see a lot more Ramatra coming up from the other regions too. Maybe it's time to really switch, but can you really get it done within days, within weeks? That's going to be the big question. And we do have the coaching staff interview recently added to Korea. Let's hear from Quest with the translation.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are back with the final day of Week 2. And for Match 1, we have the two team representatives from WAC and Vesta Esports crew. First, WAC. On WAC side, my name is Pavan, the coach for WAC.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 다음으로는 베스타 크루의 달달 스무스님.
And on Vesta Esports crew side,
안녕하세요.
this is Dal Smooth.
달달 스무스입니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 왁팀께 질문 드리도록
First
할 텐데,
question goes to
지난
WAC.
경기 이스페란자
In
맵에서
last match, the team showed complete dominance, especially on Esperanza, where they didn't allow a single meter to be pushed.
이런 힘의 차이 보여줄 수 있나요?
Will the team show a dominating performance by today as well?
최대한 노력을 할 거고요.
And of course, we're going to try our best to continue dominating.
했었는데 이제 갑자기 저희가 이제 전략적으로 이제 수정을 하는 바람에 이제 준빈 선수가 그 맵을 뛰게 됐어요. 이제
And because of a strategic change in a last-minute change in our strategic side, we had to sub out Junbin in. But for today, Max is in. And he says that Max is completely ready for today's match. And for Vesta Esports crew, Vesta Esports crew has shown considerably improved performance in their last match. So will the team be able to put on a great performance today?
저희가 하고 싶은 거, 저희가 준비해 왔던 거 하려고 노력 많이 하겠습니다.
We're going to try our best to prepare, play our own game and play our own team comms the way that we interpret the meta. This next question goes for both teams. For WAC, what's the score prediction? And Vesta Esports crew, while they have shown some improvements, I think that as long as everything goes smooth, we expect a 3-0 victory.
정말 조곤조곤 3대0으로 이겨버리겠다라는 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 그렇다면 우리 달달 스무스님은 예상 스코어
And for Vesta Esports crew,
승패도 많이 중요하지만 제가 아까 말했던 대로
while
준비했던 거
wins and losses are important, as I said earlier, I think that it's important to prepare and play our own game and to put on a great performance for the fans. And that was the interview with Pavan and Dal Smooth. And before we head into the map veto, I am going to throw it back to the casters.
Thank you, Quest. for the translations. And it's always good to hear from the coaches as we head into the map veto immediately. Okay, starting off with the Lijiang Tower, going into King's Row, Esperanza, Suravasa, and Shambali if we get into the 5th map.
I mean, that is a ambitious if. It's not, I think something would have to go pretty wrong to get into the 5th map, if we're being dead honest. But the first 3 are the 3 that we've all seen for the most part. Those are the old standbys. I think we've seen in this specific region of Asia. We've seen like maybe Hollywood once. Samoa comes up here and there a little bit, and a little bit of Colosseo, but for the most part, like, I'm calling this the standard 3 maps. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think especially for Korea, they're playing a lot more of King's Row. Esperanza just there's about the same maps happening. I keep on getting confused because I do cast and watch Japan and also watch Pacific. So I don't exactly know if this specific map was played in Korea or not, because it's a lot of games to be going through in my brain at the moment.
Yeah,
but
I've almost exclusively been focused on Korea, so I can let you know.
All right, I can trust you a lot more than
I can rely on you for the other regions. I need to catch up a little bit on that, but that is neither here nor there. We're going to head into Lijiang Tower for the most part. This one's interesting because Vesta, Lijiang specifically and on control kind of threw a little bit of curveballs last night. Came out with a little bit of Bastion, some May.
That's right.
They're throwing things around like that, and then when the counter picks came against that, and they counterpicked against that, and counterpicked against, it was really interesting stuff. And so I think that's one of the advantages of being overlooked, of being an underdog, is you can throw some curveballs. And
exactly.
It did throw their opposition has to be prepared for it, but it's hard to prepare for a team that you really don't know what they're going to bring at you.
Yeah, so with that, I think they really do prepare and get a lot more on the way, because Lijiang Tower, you can certainly make a lot of different competition depending on which stage you go into. But still, if you're lacking in terms of individual skills, which makes it a lot more harder for VEC, which is what we're assuming at the moment. And I think both teams are ready as we soon get into this first map of Lijiang Tower. Let's see if Vesta Esports crew can get some maps off of WAC. I think that's a realistic point. If they can get a single map off of them, that will be a huge shakeup in the standings.
Yeah, it would put them even with Simprissa. I missed it, and maybe you were paying closer attention. I'm sorry, I had to step away for a second. Is Max going to be playing all night? I heard something about that in the beginning.
I think I heard that
Max dynamic.
Yeah, I heard that Junbin had to strategic substitution, so he might be coming in later. It's just a Max starter. Not that Junbin's like sick or something. The coach just mentioned that he was having some. It's due to the strategy options of the team.
Sure. I mean, you can't really go wrong with either. I think they'll be in pretty good hands tank-wise either way. It's not that Max hasn't played at all yet either, so plenty of good options for WAC. This WAC team yet to drop a map, a team that we expect to be up there with Falcons and everyone else. So probably, well, I mean, a team that hasn't lost a map versus a team that hasn't won one. Let's see what happens here. This isn't the best map to run a cheese on. You're kind of expecting a control center for that, so VEC gonna run. All right, Reaper, never mind. I like the Reaper guy.
Well, VEC, was it down the smooth? The coach was saying, we're gonna do what we want to do and play our own game, and it does seem like that. Start having that Reaper to start off pressure, okay? Bloom certainly focusing off. There's the Immortality field, but already losing Reaper and the Lucio to follow. Here's Lijiang Tower picking up, and here's Minute with some headshots responding, but already a team full of dead bodies for VEC, and immediately after Reaper, here comes May from Dark now.
Yeah, bring out your dead. I think the Reaper may have been in anticipation that Max might have been running the Winston. It's kind of like a blind counter pick, perhaps. So when they don't see that, obviously it's not going to be as good against this composition. So they're going to run a May. May can be really nice because you're pretty much going to have to rotate into White Room and try to get yourself into the point, and the wall can be really helpful for that.
As VEC, let's make the rotation this time. Minute into the side room. Wax still out in the opening area. And with the isolation, not really find the kill. There is the bubble from Mask, keeping that Lucio alive. Here comes Jedi. find anyone at the moment. But with he's out with that pulse bomb. Was able to exchange at least. Okay. Oh, was able to find a Max. That sound barrier a little bit too late onto that call. So this time VEC does have that control. Maybe they can get the flip.
I think they're going to start losing too many people, and yeah, it should be flipped over there. I think Heesang obviously hit the pulse bomb, and it might have been one of those instances on Tracer where your recall is about to come up, and you're just mashing E, like praying that it comes up before the theoretical floor hits you. But funny little moment there. 60% and counting up. Vesta has not really had an answer, but now they're coming up onto ultimates. We'd love to get a wall isolation, maybe a blizzard going, but it's really almost impossible to come over this bridge. Everyone knows that once you lose first point, this
Max
is
is waiting for
only angle of approach. Yeah.
That Graviton is waiting for the perfect option. Not going to pop it yet, as they would like to focus. There's a sound barrier from off, keeping everyone alive. Window down, and that's 45. Wax still trying to stay alive, and they managed to do so. With the path, the field gone, but Max matches up the number 4v4. Still keeping that pulse bomb to himself, but this buffs Jarya. Still doing that damage, and it does seem like that might be enough. There's a flip at least. Can Max really hold it by himself?
I mean, they had to get that flip, otherwise that's just such a...
Oh, that field keeping you alive still! Somehow Max is still... Okay, finally. Okay, went down. That's going to be even longer of a respawn. Sorry to cut you off there, Hex.
No, it's fine. But Vesta, here's my in-depth analysis. Everyone hit Q, so if they lost that fight, it would have been bad. There you go.
Yes, I like the death. It's quite the distance down on the death. Here's Whack though, Lip, Heesang, both ready with the ultimates. And EC did get the flip, 33%, but we're really talking about 6%. Here's Heesang with the pulse bomb, doesn't land it this time. He calls away into safety. Look at that eye. Can't really find anyone behind that wall. Some damage onto Gurum, that's about it. And here's Whack pushing distances now. No one ready with the ultimates. Chorong sound barrier coming up soon. A minute, already dead. Max was able to find him in the distance. And here's the battle of the Sigmas. Still off with the Tracers. Chorong keeping everyone alive, except for Max, who's also very low, but still surviving. Never mind, it does go down, but the flip comes through for Whack, and that should be it. Unless someone else can touch within that distance.
That is going to be first stage, and it used to be a joke, and I've been trying to take back the term of zoning Deadeye, and what you just saw from Lip there is a perfect example of a good zoning Deadeye coming through room. Everyone has to back up, and there's a couple of lanes, and it allows the tank and supports to go in without taking any poke damage, without anything. So it's a zoning Deadeye, but essentially it buys them the space to get into the point and get into that fight, and then Max cleans everybody up.
And maybe with some luck you can find one of the supports. Usually, I find either Lucio or the back support is usually the one getting caught by the Deadeye.
Sometimes Lijiang is peeking. That's usually the target.
Wild times where Cassidy's making it to the meta. Never mind, as we are off from Cassidy.
May Bastion. Saw it yesterday. May Bastion.
When that Matrix is up from Dagon, Minute is going to have some fun time on that Bastion. Comes the first push to destroy that Sigma wall. That will be the first one to go down. Early push from BSC does work this time. Heesang on that Tracer, trying to do some work. After the recall, has to back off. The field gone, so safety is off for VEC. Looking for the target. Still be a 5v4. And Whack is able to somehow, some way, able to get this first one for them.
Start with a couple picks, but not enough. I mean, one of the big things is that the Lucio 1v1 happened extremely early, so Chorong was able to take down off in a 1v1, and that's all your speed. That's a decent amount of your healing, but it's a lot of your utility to protect people, to mitigate with the boop. So once that went down, it was almost only a matter of time. Yeah, they're off of the Bastion. Of course, it really only works once because you need to be able to get set up and be quick. So Whack will take first point, Lip on the Sojourn still. So Whack is with a little bit of different response to the Bastion May. Yesterday, the opposing team made a full-on switch, but Whack's just like, let's just outmuscle them.
Yeah, I think they're still following the same line here as Heesang trying to look for that pulse bomb angle once again. Lip dead. They're only relying on 1 DPS. really find the best target for that pulse bomb, or maybe waiting for the opportunity, as a lot of ultimates are coming online for WAC. Still ways away from
well, I
VEC.
mean, yeah, they also they own the point, so there's really no onus to force a fight, to do anything. You can just sit there and make the other team, do what they have to do. WAC is in huge control right now, not only of the points, but of the ultimate economy, big stuff. Dart has had some good moments here, and there's going to be a blizzard. It's going to have to get value.
There's Flux, mostly for the zoning, didn't really catch anyone, but to further delayed. Okay, here's the headshot from Minute. Starting to turn things around. Can he do it this time? There's the window. The beat comes down, only for 3 for WAC, at the 5 for VEC. Really making the push happen. Still being contested as here he sent the ball, switches over to May. So that will finally be a flip for VEC.
I think that's a bit of a hubris beat from Chorong, because the two people were obviously dead and it wasn't really close. It's not like they died as the beat was going off. It's just, I think our 3 can beat your 5. I don't think you see that beat from Chorong against a different opponent, but hey, they're punished for their hubris, as is often the case with hubris.
Yeah, we'll see if that pays off or not, because still VC got their first flip here. 79%, that's better than 93 before. Okay, here's Flip with the overclock. From the side, we get 1. That's Cassidy gone, but without Mask, they really stayed with just the 4. Trying to get the flip. Here's Groove coming up with the Flux. Off to the side, catches Sojourn. But, gets caught off guard, and he's the one falling off the ground. Oh, that's a boot. And Toro. What a Lucio.
Yeah. It's at least 2-0 in the Lucio 1v1s now for Chorong. 90%. We'll see who can touch, if anyone, but they're really going to have all the entrances blocked up here. A little whiff on the accretion.
Oh, that's 3%. Blocking the punch, making sure no one can touch. There's overtime at least. There's Deadeye from Minute. That's everyone at the moment. OWCS, the window's up from Shu. Black is trying to get this control and finish this 2-0. And looking like they will be able to do so very soon. Remaining final members, I think that's just off and Dart. They need to pull off a miracle here. You want to win? Okay, that is Hisang dead. Dart still alive, but gets taken out by Max, and that should be it. As WAC takes the first map, Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, WAC's response to the Bastion, May, everything was, okay, good job. Eventually they did switch over to a May, which was a little bit helpful. Like I mentioned coming into this, there's a couple highlight players. Minute still had moments of their own where they're able to 1v1 lip, get some nice shots in, some kills in, but for the most part, very one-sided there. And I think that's WAC might be, I don't want to say toying with them a little bit, but making plays that they wouldn't make against a Falcons team per se.
Yes, I think they're on the same line of thought, as I think they're trying to use the least amount of strength to come out with the cleanest win. I think that's that's the goal that they actually have for the day, because they do have some strong teams later on. Not this weekend, because today's the last week of the weekend, but next week they'll be having some matches against, starting off with Yeti, and then it's FTG, who's in top 3 contestant for sure, and then it's Runaway, who can always be a kick. Depending on which map you go into. Runaway, I thought they'll be a lot stronger. We'll talk about that later. And then WAC does have the most important match of the entire season. They have the Team Falcons at the last, so I think they want to give the least amount of strategy open for them.
Sure, but you have to be a little bit careful. I think, I'm specifically talking about that beat, kind of like the beat from 3v5, and that's because you already have a round in the bank, you're already leading, so it's not a huge deal. But you do have to be careful to not drop a map. Speaking of Runaway, dropped a map to Sin Prisa, right? So now your ratio is below everyone else's. Like, that's a map that they would love to have back, especially since they went to 5, last night. So you do have to be careful, because you can get surprised by these teams. I think there's a time and a place to do that, but I do think WAC might just want to get out of here as quickly as possible. And, let's do it. Let's go back to scrims. Let's get everything going that they can. Like I said, VC's got some players, but it's an uphill battle against one of the best teams.
It certainly is an uphill battle, and it's 1-0 now, and we've got a lot more maps to be potentially played, but can VC really kick it back off? Because we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have that map 2 hybrid. Welcome back, everyone. It's a match from VAC, the WAC versus VEC. I keep on getting the names confused. But that was a map. Lijiang Tower is totally one-sided for WAC, as somewhat expected. But VEC, certainly, they do have something cooking, as you can see from the player camera we have between the matches, which I like it. It's a pretty good addition from the production side.
Yeah, I started calling them VEC and VEC because I believe, Wolf or Seth said something about Vespas, and then I couldn't get it out of my head because it's not the team name, it's Vesta. But I kept screwing it up, so I'm like, you know what? I'll just call them by the letters. It makes it a lot easier.
VEC. Okay.
Yeah, whack and
that's how I'll do it.
Whatever, I think as long as people know what you're talking about, that's all that really matters. So this is WAC's pick. This is, not surprising at all. Kings Row has been the dominant hybrid map in this part of the Asia region and in the Korean region. So, I mean, the thing is, no one's been able to play first point defense. It has been astounding how quick these first points are going. So that's kind of the thing I'm keeping my eye on for the most part, to see if maybe WAC wants to practice a different strategy on first point defense, because it's almost astounding if a team wins a single fight on first point defense has been an outlier for the most part. So no substitutions here. Max will stay in. And let's head over to some Kings Row.
Yeah, it seems like that is going to be the strategy. Maybe they're hiding it. Maybe they want to show off something else in practice on stage with Max. And the first point has been grabbed by a lot of teams within minutes. And also lots of three-pointers, which I thought it was a lot harder to pull off on Kings Row. But certainly that did happen often. So we'll see, as it does seem like Korean teams love to play on this map compared to all the other maps available for hybrid, especially not Hollywood. Certainly saying no to that map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Hollywood myself, like watching it and playing it, but it's so much different. It's so much more high ground dependent, and based on the tanks that we're seeing be as strong and as meta as they are, they're not necessarily the tanks that can exploit and use the high ground really well. So that might be why we're getting away from it a little bit. Kings Row, there's some high ground, there's this or that, but like the great thing about Kings that I like is that you have to play different tanks usually. Not always, but I think we've seen a couple teams will run a Sigma on first, a Zarya on second, Diva on third. Like, those are options that if you've got all those tanks in your pool, then you definitely have more choices to go. We have yet to see the Widow hit a shot here yet.
Yeah, also Widow start can always...
Doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah, it doesn't cost and doesn't really pays off. Doesn't really pay off with anything usually. That would be the drill.
But one time it does. It's going to be awesome. Okay, so this is like the typical offense. You want to sweep the right side stairs. You want to try to take this high ground. Like, this is where fights have almost always gone. And you can either make that jump and take top corner, or go exactly where they went there in the bottom. Flip takes this 1v1 and wins it.
Yep, especially with that Lucio gone early and already a tick. Sigma still having that 1v1 battle off to the side we can see from. Let's see how that goes, as he's already taken the high ground control. And with the beam, does not finish up, but gets that immortality field down at least. And this Sigma duel is still going on for the last 20 seconds.
Wow, it's no longer a duel. Now it's now it's 2v1.
That's unfair.
I mean, it's a really nice play from Hizai. Like, Hizai's Echo is it's just god tier, really. It's a small little play there to jump up in between the tank and the Baptiste and split them up, force the Baptiste to use the Immortality Field back up on their own, and then eliminate both of them. So a really nice separation, and yeah, Dart's gonna go down again. First point defense remains elusive for every team.
Yeah, that was instant. It still has over 5 minutes after the first corner, so WAC is going to build a highway on this. Let's see. Vesta, Tracer, Cassidy with Sigma, so no take change it yet. Pushing to the side, gets a kill onto the Tracer, that's a start. You see?
That's Dart's third death in a row.
And here's Yisang, still keeping it somewhat contested. Still pushing the payload somewhat, and a lot of low members for EEC. And that's a field which can't really keep himself alive. There's a field, which means that everyone has to be in the field first of all, but which makes it easier for WAC with 5 ultimates, well 4 now. to pick everyone off from the field.
Yeah, a bit of a desperation window from Dagon, and they're going to switch off of it onto the Kiri. The Baptiste has not gotten any value out of Immortality Field or Amplification Matrix or really anything, so the switch makes a ton of sense to at least try to get something. They're lacking damage because they're losing their Tracer immediately, so maybe the Kiri can help out in that aspect.
And here's a Flux from Max. Catching a few and Groom instantly gone. Still got 3 more to go for WAC. And the time bank is incredible. 5:20 left. So you see there are fights happening all over.
Nothing's the payload has not stopped moving since they got it.
And now the fight's happening off of the respawn. So that's how you see this team is just stream rolling this one out. Finally under 5 minutes, and Wack can doing a great job keeping them inside. EC, they got 4 ultimates though. Flux. Oh, that Deadeye was cancelled. No one can actually come out from the gates. Even the sound barrier has to be used.
Double Sigma on the left side.
And only 4 minutes off. We can barely get a sight of the payload because the fight is happening elsewhere. And 4-3-3. Is that a record, Hex, from King's Row?
I mean, I don't know. Someone smarter than me can chime in here. That was a defense akin to a homecoming banner against a football team running out of the tunnel because nothing stopped them. It was absolutely brutal. There's really nothing to say about that. It was very little resistance. I think there was maybe 1 death on the side of Wack. And, yeah. You guys all saw it. You don't need me to tell you anything.
Yeah, that might be a Guinness record. From as far as I know, I couldn't really see any stop on it. Some less people pushing the payload, but that was about it. This payload was never really being. This payload didn't really have brakes on. But switching sides now, can VUC really get some? I think realistically, we're talking 1-2 points on this map. Maybe not a full push, but that's what they need to get the map.
Well, we'll see if Wack can pull up a defense. I mean, Vesta needs to forget what just happened there, because that was an absolutely demoralizing defense. It will mess with you if you think about it too much, because that was about as one-sided as could possibly be. You need to forget about it. Now we need to focus on how does our offense look? How do we want our offense to look on Kings in the future? Let's play our own game, which they mentioned in the pre-game interview. We need to focus on ourselves and how to improve ourselves, and you forget about what just happened. I'm going to try to forget about what just happened.
I'm also on the same line. Let's see how this goes. As Hiding Widow looking for the headshot. Oh, there was an opportunity onto that Echo. He lost. And here is Dart with his own Echo.
The Winston's a nice wrinkle. That's really interesting. I don't think I've seen an offensive Winston on this map just yet. It should help a little bit in the high ground.
Well, Lip winning that duel in the air, so that's going to be helping a lot for Wack to sustain and defend the first point, and minute dropping along. Let's see which pinpoint, because certainly Tracer Winston, that is calling for a dive on a specific target. And if you can have a lot of opportunities, maybe you can land it work. But here is Lip still in the air. Finally being pushed with all 5 members. We see here's Winston diving in. Testing the points.
Minute got a kill. Max is down.
Okay, that's a good sign with no tank. And Wack off of the point for now. Looking for the contest. Lip having some stickies on Winston. Has to recall.
Well, it's going to be hard for Wack to recontest this too. I mean, they need kills right now. Because they have the slowest support line possible. They don't have a Lucio to speed boost everyone back in there. I think the way Wack is playing and the offense they just set, they have no problem going back in.
And here's Yisang trying to take the control back, and that was 2 ticks at least for DC. Even having the pulse bomb. Not catching the right member there. Yisang on the point, contesting. No one else. Actually, Lip picking the other kill off of the Tracer. The BC, they do have to regroup.
They're going to be fine here. They only lost Max, who has switched over to the Winston of their own. Should be took back in fine time. Interesting here now is going to be what the duplicates go out on. It'll be interesting to see if Lip wants to duplicate the opposing tank, which has been a choice. Oh, Max down. I think Lip needs to take that.
Now that's a Winston win for Groove, but getting focused immediately. There was a sound barrier, keeping him alive for a bit, and he's getting healed back. He wasn't taken down. Okay, Whack.
Got a touch.
Duplicate on Lucio. After that Transcendence, and Whack, they do want the contest. But still won't be enough with a 4v5. There's Degan, snip onto Choros, and Yada down, so this is going to be first control point. And we the start of that hybrid. Oh, Max. Ooh, as I say that.
They got first point. Again, it's one of those instances which we saw on Control as well, where, well, I hope Vesta gets it because they threw a lot into it. I mean, yes, they still have a couple of ultimates there, but they threw the important ultimate. They Kitsune Rush, they threw in beats, they overlap the support ultimates. If you don't win that fights, then what fights are you going to win? So, not a huge surprise there. Minute lurking.
Exactly. Let's steal. Instantly found by Lip there. And he was actually the one almost going down. Has to recall back. And that's Lip checking every corner. And sometimes that's Overwatch. If you don't check the corner, you might be bashed.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a couple times. Doomfist lurking in corners and smashing people into walls. Doesn't feel good. It's Overwatch 101. Check your corner. Sometimes you forget the fundamentals in situations like this. Dart with a nice 1v1 though. Takes down Lip.
Yeah, but here is Max. For contesting, there's that Primal Rage. Pushing everyone off of that payload. Still, Vesta, they're holding it okay with their own Rage. Vesta losing, immediately after that two-member shootout for Whack. The support's gone, but Vesta, they might be letting a little bit more damage. We do lose minute off of Isang's Tracer. Has been absolute beauty all the time to watch. Oh, look at that Trace.
Yeah. I mean, the clip and then the finish off from Lip from a distance. The big thing is, like, even when Vesta is getting small advantages and they're maybe staying even in fights, getting a kill or two, the payload has not been moving. They need to win the next two fights pretty cleanly here. Let's see a Nano Monkey, just for old time's sake. So, Shu's got the Nano ready to go. See what target they choose to throw it on.
Alright, it could either be, I think, on Lip or... I think Max will be a really nice target. There's a Nano, a Monkey, as you call VC. They're also popping its sound barrier. Alright, on 4. And there's that Rush. What a sleep dart. Sleep. And the Pulse Mount to finish him off. There's the Winston gone. 5v4 and double that Winston.
Double Winston. I'm having flashbacks to non-hero limits. Yeah, double Winston has always been brutal to deal with. Many of the Nano Winston that started off too. It's just so much cleave damage, so much shielding, too many health pools to burn through. Absolutely brutal. Below 90 seconds left for Vesta's offense. Dart is going to have to find a miracle here if they want to continue going. He's going to have the duplicate ready to go. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, we've seen duplicate Anas just because all the utility you can pump out, so that might be a possibility, but it's going to be interesting to see who Dart chooses to copy.
And also, Minute's Pulse Pump might be able to shake up a thing. A minute left, and takes a huge rotation now. We're playing on the other side of the map here. As Whack comes back to payload after going all the way to the spawn. Alright, with the beam. It's just not able to finish off Max. There's that Pulse Pump finding Chorong. Okay, that's a start for VEC. That's a double Winston. Sneaky's enough to kill that. Oh, Echo, SX.
Yeah, the issue is even if they had like full team wipe, they're still far enough away that Whack should be able to get back into position to contest this. However, they're behind it, so I think they might end up giving a point. There's the Nano in.
As Whack might be saying, nope, you're not going to get 2 points off of us. On King's Row. A meter 59 left, and Primal Rage. Angry Monkey gets one more. And now VEC just desperate moments.
Another double Winston.
Rage.
Yeah. The monkeys are out of the zoo.
Lacking a few members as the response are coming. So we're talking overtime, barely getting that touch. There is that sound there from off. Might be able to pull this off. Let's see.
That kill was critical. Take down all the damage from Lip in the sky.
2 meters off, Isang. To have that delayed, recall's gone. Enough links to keep yourself alive. Oh, never mind. VEC just dominating, and finally they get the 2-pointer at least.
Yeah, they'll sneak it in. Hey, look, like WAC is taking really interesting, some wrong angles. They're having weird rotations. They're kind of just death matching it at certain points here. These aren't set plays. They're not really playing together. They're taking 1v1s. I mean, it's really hard to kind of give credence that they're taking it ultra seriously. But I think now, I mentioned this on the first map too, you don't want to drop a map just on an accident because you weren't like being super serious. So I don't think you're going to see an Ana Echo on a 4-mile flank like we saw coming in. Now is the time to like switch to the right comm, switch to the right things, and then do that.
As you can see
Lip.
on the screen, here's Cassidy from Lip. And this is now the comp that WAC has been practicing a little and also playing on stage. And fitting a lot more for the final point here.
30 seconds left, unless Minute hits, a 3-person pulse bomb or something. I don't see a completion in the cards for Vesta.
Yes. Unless there are some snipes coming out from Dart. We'll see, as Minute still chasing the target. Recalling back to the fight.
The Lucio's back.
Okay,
as well.
12 seconds left. And here comes Kiriko first. And the beat from Chorong. Run alive, Zarya copy from Dart. And let's see how eco-friendly this Zarya can be.
I mean, it's another situation where Vesta, everyone hits Q, so these are the fights that you have to win. You've invested everything and you have to win anyway because it's overtime.
The room was 99%, did not have Rage.
Can't do much
And
about this one.
might just do it. Here is Death. Oh, actually gets a kill onto that Lucio. Off. Sniped. And there is Dagon off to the side. And Guru back onto the point, but instantly get fire-nated. And that'll be it. Whack. Taking King's Row. 2-0 now.
Yeah, I mean, I talked a little bit about like perhaps some of the hubris and some of the toying around with. There were a couple moments in this one as well. You all saw it too, like giant flanks. You've got the Ana Echo behind 3 people who are pushing the payload. There was some, it's WAC is a kind of knowing that they're one of the best teams in the league and that they're playing a team that has not performed up to, well, anything. They haven't won a map yet, so this is definitely a warm-up. I don't know how much WAC is even really getting out of this matchup here. I do feel a little bit bad for Vesta. They need to kind of go back and figure out what's going to work best for them. I do wonder, though, if Winston is super viable on this map, but it's really hard to have a strong takeaway that I feel sound in saying from this matchup.
Yeah, that's right. As VC is still somewhat struggling, but 2 points, I think that's realistically, I think they really gave a really good push against WAC, who was trying lots of weird things as you have mentioned. They weren't really...
Yeah, I think they earned the first point. They earned first point offense. Second point, kind of, given to them a little bit. And then that's when WAC's like, okay, let's get out of here. There's 90 seconds left. Let's win the fights. And then Lip went to Cassidy, obviously, and just threw down on it. So, yeah, I mean, it's, again, I feel like it's difficult to have a strong takeaway from a couple of these maps because it just seems like against a different opponent, WAC would be playing very differently.
I'm on the same thought here as WAC. It doesn't seem like they're really giving their 100%. VC,
yeah,
I think they're pressing on the bruise, and it hurts a lot when you press on that point.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe VC is playing so different and weird that it's throwing WAC off. I don't think that's the case, but it's, this is what happens sometimes when you have a, first place team versus a last place team. Vesta is still, giving it their best, giving it their good shots, but they're losing 1v1s early on, and it's kind of morally it's difficult to find where to play from. Like I said, I think first point was legitimate. I think they took that and it was a good fight. But second point, I just think of like just watching where the supports were playing and watching where the Echo was playing. I don't know about it, so hard to give a lot of credence to it, but. Yeah, WAC, and then once second point was captured, WAC's like, okay, we can't drop a map. Let's not accidentally drop a map because that's going to be critical. They are tied for first place with the Falcons, and I don't see Falcons dropping maps anytime soon either. So it is really important for that seeding, for first place, and to stay up there. That WAC takes it a little more seriously.
Yeah, let's see if VC can actually get the point off of WAC, because certainly it does seem like a pretty one-sided so far as top place team for the bottom place teams versus each other. But we will take a short break, and when we come back, maybe VC can show off something else that they have been cooking. It's going to be push. And welcome back, everyone, to Korea. We're in the middle of WAC versus VEC. I did it right this time. And we're going into Esperanza push. And certainly it's not looking good for VEC at the moment, as WAC is crushing it, whacking him down all the way. As that was, I think, a lot we're saying it's a record time on Kings Row, at least for 2024, 433.
Okay. Esperanza has been the kind of default push map, as it were. There's a couple teams that I think would prefer Colosseo, and Runaway definitely comes to mind. Runaway's Colosseo is a little bit better than their Esperanza, so you might see that if Runaway gets the chance to pick their map, because Vigilante on Baptiste loves those high grounds and also allows you to play the anchor tank, but that is neither here nor there. We'll get to those matches later. Vesta Esports right now, while simply being outclassed on every single level. There's not much else to say about it. You got to dig deep in these situations, find ways to win your 1v1s, find ways to get things going. There's definitely going to be opportunities to exploit WAC being over-aggressive and playing with a little bit of I've said it before, hubris will be the last time I say it, but Vesta, you need to find something valuable you can take from this match. Like if Dirt can start, 1v1ing Heesang in the sky, or Minute and Minute and Lip get into it, and Minute wins a couple of those. Like you got to find something you can take away that's valuable from this match, because so far there's not been much.
Yes, if you can't win the entire battle, you have to win the mini games inside. I think that's really the lesson or the game point that VEC is looking for. Here is push Esperanza.
Esperanza. Yeah, I want to see what tanks they come out with here. And I do believe actually that WAC will play this Winston. Winston totally viable here. Actually looking like the Falcons kind of lineup that they were running with a Soldier 76 as well. See if Chorong stays on the Brig. Haven't seen much Brig. We've seen like maybe 45 seconds of Briggs on a King Row first once, but I can't recall exactly who played it, but it's not the first we've seen it. Actually, I think Faith may have played it, so alright. Anyway, here we are. Here are these comps.
Chorong's Vesta running, so you can always have trust in that.
Yeah.
And look at the team comp. Soldier here instantly taken out by Minute. That's a starter for VEC.
Yeah, you take those.
You take those. Another shot. Gotta love Cassidy here. And it will be even better when we have Cowboys in Overwatch. Oh, VEC starting off with the first push.
That collaboration is going to print $1 trillion. It's going to be amazing.
Yes, it's going to be collaboration of a decade. I'm actually loving it. I can't wait for the day that comes out. My wallet's ready, at least, or at least my credit card maximum has been increased last month. That's all that matters.
Okay,
here's Minute. Here's Minute.
Yeah, first fight taken. Minutes, with a couple of nice shots, and it might put WAC on notice of like, you guys should probably, plug your mice back in and get playing here, because they kind of just got rocked. 34 down. And it pushes one of those things too, that it gets weird. If Vesta wins another fight and then a third after that, then no matter what the difference is between WAC and Vesta talent-wise, push is weird enough that you could end up dropping a map and you will be kicking yourself.
As the spawns are so far away from the point sometimes, it takes a while. Here's a robot right in the middle, and WAC. He's a little bit more careful this time. There's a Nanomax and also a Pulse Bomb. And that will be instant 2 kills. And to follow up, they want to push all the way. And Chorong picking up 2. And off does respond. And it does seem like Lip might be switching that Soldier. Well, you never know. It is 80% on that ult charge.
Soldier's not terrible here. You could also be running the Sojourn, so I think Sojourn's a little bit better, but Soldier is fine based on how you're going to run this composition. Essentially, it's a Winston Tracer dive, and then Lip is going to be controlling the high ground with the supports. That's kind of how this is supposed to work.
And he's on fine to kill elsewhere on the Minute. We had the Deadeye, and the Pulse Bomb goes wide from Dart. The target inside the room. Here's the heal pack to keep himself up. Max still alive, ready with that rage if that is needed. But this push has been happening. Heesang trying to hide himself between the robot and the push block. And looking like that is okay. No one contesting the push, actually. The fight is happening elsewhere, and for VC.
Yeah, they're going to wait for the last second so that they can at least use the corner for cover.
And with the sound boost, can't really find the right target. Non-spotted. And the sound barrier right after. With the flux, everything pressed from VEC, and the response from Chorong has been incredible. Here's the Angry Monkey. Down.
Everyone hits Q yet again. Some trades go back and forth, but I do think Whack is going to get the better end of this.
And Heesang finds a few more.
I've been so impressed with Heesang. Not that we didn't know how good of a player Heesang was, but the pool has been so impressive, and that's what makes the Echo play from Heesang so good, is being able to pick any other hero and be able to rock it. So it's kind of weird to look at a team and have Lip be like, not an afterthought, but like Heesang's been the star on this team, and then you've got the gaming warlord Lip as your like, I don't want to say secondary DPS, but you know what I mean? Like the feel lately has been Heesang has been crushing for Whack.
Yeah, they can sort of flex in between those DPS lineups, between the hero pools. I mean, she gets taken off. Okay, oh, minute gone. Less DPS for BEC, and that's one of the easier targets for Heesang.
Sure, I'm riding in the sky. The important thing is for Whack is that they've taken a pretty substantial lead of about 30 meters, and they got the forward spawn earlier. So now Vesta does really have even a bigger mountain to climb, as they're going to have to win a couple of fights.
On top, Dart gets picked up by Chorong off to the side. Has been having some of these kill pushes.
Chorong's been going nuts. It's been really fun to watch. The Lucio and the Zenyatta just pretty much go toe to toe with the damage players, and I know a lot of people would say, well, they're not support players really. They're just damage players that can heal.
And especially if your support is getting aggressive, that's the moment you know that you are having a good time and already winning the game. There's an Angry Monkey, Nano, Max, and on to 3 targets. Cassie's trying to do what he can to stay alive. Gets at least one. Chorong. Oh, where was that Lucio? Gets picked up by the Deadeye. It seems like the Lucio's the only target.
Yep, just going to take their free push here at forward spawn, so the reinforcements are going to be rather quick. Ready for the primal whenever they need it. Vesta might be doing the thing where they wait for more people to have ults and everyone hits Q at the same time, but here comes a Flux. There goes the Flux.
Yeah, that was a really good pick off. Early focus. Onto Guru and Max. With that rage, comes back to get heals from Soldier. Not enough healing, that it says. And Max here with Heesang down and Winston gone. Okay, finally stabilizing a few things for VEC. Yeah, so onto the chase. Start hungry for more. Minute will find a little more Chorong at least. They find more upstairs.
Chorong having a good time on Lucio right now. Enjoying the Lucio life.
Yeah, Lucio either going for the kill or he's going down himself.
Yeah, you guys are not getting healing or speed. I'll see you guys later if I get around to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes left. Down 60 meters is Vesta Esports. We can get anything going here.
Early sound barrier.
One of the Qs.
And the response from Chorong. Okay, nothing else. A few coming online for Dart. Minute. Using through in the middle will be hurting them a lot. There's Chorong with the kill again. That Lucio battle has been happening. With that million. Nice prediction on that blink. And the DPS lineup for Whack is just beautiful to watch all the time.
Yeah, I mean, people look at the rosters of Falcons, and we were talking even pre-game, and you were talking about that roster for Falcons, and I was like, I don't know, man. Look at this Whack roster. Like, I think they could go toe to toe with absolutely anyone. And I think the damage lines are equivalent, and there is a world. I don't know. So if there's 5 great tanks in the world, I think 4 of them are on Whack and Falcons.
Interesting. Okay, as Max here. pressing the buttons with the nano. He gets taken out. That's off. I think he really wants to contest today as trying to say I'm the better Lucio of the day.
That anti.
Still hurts a lot. Trying to break the shield. He's not okay. Oh, we're waiting for the blink charge or later to respond. Whichever. Oh, okay, Max. He's just gonna press on the button and says, okay, I'm gonna do some angry monkey today.
Yeah, you guys stay inside. I got this. Alright, 2 minutes left. Vesta still trying to find any sort of foothold here to win a fight in any sort of dominating fashion. It's only really been when they've got multiple support ultimates to use at the same time. Those have been the only fights they've won regardless of the map this evening, so they might be waiting to bank them up. But there it is. There's the Kitsune Rush. Got to get something off of this.
With the rush.
Wax just
forward.
Wax just left.
They're all over the place, actually scattered around. Heesang's like on the back, Lip is on top. VC, they better have their DPI pretty highly set up. Hold up, go to sleep.
Who woke up minute?
She does have nano. The Chorong's dead. Maybe it's not the best time to use that nano, keeping it for the next fight. Oh boy.
Yeah, minute left.
The VAC at least sound barrier, and Deadeye is coming soon with the flux available.
I mean, they need to be absolutely perfect throughout the rest of this. They can't afford to lose a single fight. If they lose a single fight, this map's over.
Yep, less than a minute. And still have to go through the first point. Here's up. Nano Lucio. Let's see what Chorong can pull off with the nano. There's a boot. Some more damage. Oh, that sound barrier. Not gonna be enough, Chorong. Not this time. Yes, Dagger responds with 2 kills as Whack. I think they're just trying to have some more fun at the moment. And there's the first.
Well, the funny thing we talk about, Falcons and Whack. Vesta played Falcons a lot closer than this. So I don't know exactly what was going on there. That was just last evening, but I think if I recall correctly, Vesta even took a stage of control off of Falcons. So this is really an interesting showing from Whack.
Oh, that's fine. Chorong again. A dead Lucio. Lit with the beautiful tracking.
Okay.
Not enough to break the shield.
It's legitimately not over. Now it might be. Now it's over.
Oh, well, Max says, not in my house when I got the rage. And that will be it. The end of push and the victory for Whack.
Yeah, not a whole lot to take away from that one. Just that's kind of showing you the enormous gulf between probably, in my opinion, the best team in the bracket, Falcons, Whack. Like, I think it's undisputedly the 2 best teams. There's a couple teams pretty close behind them, and then Vesta. They've actually put on some decent performances. If you haven't watched Vesta before, don't let this be the barometer of where you think they are, because they played a lot of teams pretty close. This was an outlier. This is the first actual match in the Korean region that I've seen be completely one-sided. Usually there's a better fight, but this one was a bit of an outlier. So don't judge Vesta on this performance alone.
Yes, and they do have I would say the 2 hardest out of the way. They had Team Falcons yesterday. Do have versus Whack today with an 0-3. But they do have a lot more contestants later on, so we'll see what happens. And here is POTM, and that player is going to be Chorong. That Lucio, I don't know about that, man. He was caught off guard on that Deadeye twice. But this Lucio certainly was an offensive one, if you have to call it.
I've always liked Chorong. Really one of my favorite players, but definitely went to town on support. It kind of started on King's Row first offense, where Chorong just decided that Zenyatta is an offensive hero, which really is. Started picking fights with the opposing Tracer. That's when you know your Zen is feeling pretty good, is when you're looking for the opposing Tracer, and after that it just continued to escalate the support aggression at an all-time high.
Oh yes, and Chorong, certainly not much of a big moment, but this Lucio can also be aggressive and also annoying when you're there's always a moment where the opponent Lucio can, when you're playing DPS, especially when you're playing something like Cassidy, or when you don't have the utils to actually the movement utils. The Lucio's bothering you, stuck to you, going around you and doing the damage. It can always be annoying, and that was exactly Chorong today.
Yeah, he was a menace, as they would say. Always all over the cart, and then just getting the damage down as well. Chorong played really well. Yeah, this is the bye, and then Chorong, avenge me, gets him off the edge. Yeah, this is the moment I was talking about, where he's specifically looking for a Tracer to fight.
As he was certainly off of his position. Here's Chorong doing nothing and just looking around. That's highlight.
That's it's the Brig Travolta moment. What am I doing here? What's going on?
Just showing off the skin.
And okay, but like that. Then you get down to like the serious aspect of it. Like this Lucio is pretty nutty in some of the stuff he's pulling off as far as damage wise. And again, just hunting tracers. As a support player, you always want to hunt tracers.
And here's the interview from Chorong. Quest, get away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am back with the first player interview of the day.
네,
And
오늘 첫
today we
번째 경기
have
왁과 베스타 크루의 경기
OWCS
중
Chorong
승리는
receiving
왁에게
the
들어갔습니다.
POTM.
승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on the victory.
네, 오늘 승리팀 왁의 POTM은 초롱 선수가 받았는데요. 초롱 선수 모시고 인터뷰 나눠보도록 할게요. 초롱 선수 자기소개
So please introduce
부탁드립니다.
yourself.
안녕하세요. 왁 메인 힐러를
And
맡고
I am
있는
the
초롱이라고
main
합니다.
healer/support for WAC Chorong.
자, 오늘 경기 너무 시원하고 화끈하고
It was
한편으로는
a
좀
very
열광적이기도
one-sided
했어요.
victory
오늘 승리 소감
for WAC.
들어볼까요?
So please talk to us how the match went on for yourself.
단계가 아니었나 그렇게 생각합니다.
So I think it was a bit of a breather of a match today.
안 쉬면 어떻게 되죠?
So what happens if it's not a breather?
끝장내죠 완전.
So and if it's not,
앞으로
then
끝장낼 그런
we'll
경기들이
completely
더 기대가
dominate them.
되는데, 자, 오늘 상대 조합을 정말 기도 못 펴게 나오면 자르고
And
어떻게 할 수가
WAC
없게
completely
만들었어요.
shut
자,
down
오늘은
the
어떤
enemy's team
전략을
comp. So
들고
talk to us
내세우나요?
about the strategy.
전략이라기보단 저희 피지컬이 너무 좋아서
I think that rather than strategy, I want to focus on the micro game for our team.
알겠습니다.
So I think that was just a micro
폭발했던
div.
경기 그 중에서도 이제 초록 선수 메인 힐, 투섭 힐 모두 다 전략을 완벽하게 극한으로
Whichever team comp that WAC showcased, it was put on to perfection. So
영웅을 쓰는 걸 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같아요.
and I think that he can
그렇죠.
and the fans can expect
앞으로
more
그럼 더 초록
greatness
선수의
from
그런
them.
힐러에 더 눈을 보내보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 일단 저는 슈 선수와도 호흡이 어땠는지도 궁금한데요.
And
진상이
asking
되게 잘
what's the
끌어줘서
synergy like with
우리가 되게
Shu.
편하게 게임하는 것 같아요. 되게
And
분위기가 좋아가지고
I think that the team atmosphere is good, the synergy is good, so that I have an easy time playing with him.
진상이 뭐 잘생겼으니까
And to give a compliment to Shu, Shu is very handsome.
잘생겨서 편하죠.
So and because he is handsome, it's very easy to work with
슈
him.
선수의 이야기도 나눠봤는데, 자, 일단 오늘 리장 타워에서 루시우 슈퍼 플레이 얘기를
On
안 할
Lijiang
수가
Tower,
없습니다.
we have to
오늘
talk
본인의
about the
플레이
incredible
어땠나요?
play that you put on Lucio. So talk to us a little bit about that.
딱 좋았다.
살짝 좋았다.
And it was a
되게
little
좋았어요.
pretty good.
좋았다.
Pretty good.
자, 오늘 힐러로 저희 경기 첫 POTM을 받으셨어요. 자, 요즘 근데 힐러로 살아남기 굉장히 힘든 메타잖아요. 저도 루시오 유저로서 정말 공감이
And
되는데,
it's a very tough meta
유저들에게
for
한마디
support players.
부탁드립니다.
So can you give us a little?
경쟁전
Can you
되게
give the
많이
fans a little tip?
하시면 실력 많이 드십니다.
And if you play a lot of ranked, you'll improve.
열심히 하긴 하는데 잘 안 될 수도 있잖아요. 아, 뭐 힘을 내라, 루시오 화이팅, 뭐 이런 거 부탁드려요.
모든 힐러 유저분들 화이팅!
And he
알겠습니다.
encourages
약간
all
엎드려서 응원 받아낸 것 같은데
support players to
뭐
keep
잘
going.
받도록 하겠고요. 마지막으로 팬분들께도 한마디
And lastly,
부탁드릴게요.
is there anything you want to say to the
저희 왁팀
fans?
응원 많이 해주셔서 감사합니다. 늘
Thank you for cheering
응원해주세요.
WAC, and I hope you continue to cheer us on.
네, 자, 지금까지 왁의 초롱
And that was the
선수와
interview
이야기 나눠봤습니다.
with
승리
Chorong
다시
from
한번
WAC.
축하드립니다.
And I'm going to throw it back to the casters.
네, 저희는
Thank you,
잠을
Quest.
쉬는 시간을
And
가지고
certainly we'll take that advice from Chorom. I'll play a lot more rank to get better. I guess that is a
Kind of-
secret with no limits.
Channeling his Larry David there. Pretty good.
All right.
The real matches start next, in my opinion.
All right, we've got more matches coming up. As you can see, Yeti versus Runaway will come up next after a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys.
It's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
And welcome back, everyone, to the second match of the night. I promise you it gets better as we go through today. It's going to be Runaway versus Yeti. I think we will talk a lot about the middle pack section on the standings today, right? As the Falcons are not playing it, and I can't recall off of my brain the other two teams that are not playing it, but certainly a lot of expected middle pack finishers to be playing today. So that's going to matter a lot if they can get into that top four or not. I think that's the real storyline.
Yeah, those are the stakes, because how the playoffs go is the top four are automatically into the playoffs. 5 through 8 are going to have to fight it out for the last couple of spots into the playoffs, and then obviously the last place team has to watch from home or wherever they choose to watch. You don't have to go home. But yeah, these teams right now are 4 and 5. Runaway obviously coming off of a really tough match that could have gone either way, need to kind of reestablish themselves, to really get their footing back under them to keep that 4 spot, maybe move up or down. So this is a big one. And right now, like, I don't know, Yeti, I look at this roster and I expected bigger and better results. Of course, they beat Pokerface 3-0 to start out the tournament, took a map against FTG, but then lost that matchup and then just they got whacked by Whack.
Yeah, whacked again. There seems to be a lot of teams getting whacked by Whack at the moment, and I think that Runaway's match actually yesterday versus Genesis, the only 3-2 of Korea so far, might actually be like a fourth place decider, because off of the win of matches, map differentials, and then we go head to head. That's the tiebreaker rule for the tournament, and that might actually be fourth place decider if they actually tie in map differentials at the end. But it matters a lot more for Runaway, because that top 3 standings right now, we're really looking maybe Falcons, Whack, and then maybe like FTG or Runaway. There are some contestants in top 3, 4. Runaway certainly needs maximum map wins right now against Yeti. Yeah, that's a great point. I was just going to bring it up, and it's largely because they did drop that map against Esperanza, going 3-1. Obviously, they won the set, but that one map might come back to bite them. So a 3-0 here is really what Runaway is looking for. Of course, you're always looking for it, but all the more critical now. Yeti, like I said, they've just had a tough schedule so far. It gets a little easier after this, where they get Esperanza, which you would expect on paper that they maybe pulled it off, but then they have Falcons and Genesis. Tough matches back to back, and then their last match before playoffs is against Vesta, but it might not matter at that point. So critical. This is the most important game, I think, right now going forward for Yeti. They need to put something up against Runaway, and Runaway, who knows? Maybe they're a little bit fatigued from the brutal map 5 of last night. Yeah, it was one of the longer series for sure, but that map 5 certainly was a kicker. And I'll say that circuit around, man. here is Runaway on stage. Vin's original, as of course runners branding. I guess runners family branding now.
Yeah, Flower Vin.
Flower Vin's branding.
Yeah,
of the clothing store.
Looking good. Get all the advertising you can. Again, me and Seth have pioneered the idea that they need to do a Runaway collaboration. You know, of course, we're the only ones in the world who have thought of that. But
yeah, they're also looking for. Yeah, they're also desperately looking for sponsors. So if any sponsors are interested in Runaway, yeah, please contact them. They're available everywhere at Runaway on Twitter. And here's Yeti. They look really good against Pokerface with the 3-0, but 2 tough losses, 1-3 and 0-3. This is surely a match where you can potentially really look for that win if you can.
So, you know, Viper and Knife have been fine. They've been pretty serviceable. They're doing their job on damage. There's been moments where, you know, Donghak, I think we expect a little better play out of that. The support line has made a couple of mistakes that I'd like to see cleaned up too. I think, you know, Bliss specifically, there were a few times where dropping ultimate was a pretty bad mistake. So cleaning up some of those mistakes could put them in better position to be able to hang with Runaway is kind of where you want to start. And then we'll kick it off on Control, as we always do, but I think we cannot overstate just how important this match is for Yeti going forward. Need to start putting wins on the board if they don't want to be in the bottom 4, bottom 5 going forward. So it is the 4th place versus 5th place in the standings right now. Critical, and Runaway looking to put some distance between 4 and 5 right now.
Yeah, this is right in the middle of the race, as all teams playing 8 matches, and by end of next week, well, next week, we'll have all those matches finished. But we're looking into some placements, and maybe they can stay up, maybe they can go a little further. But Runaway, Yeti, both very important matches, as we're really pointing these out because we're seeing the top tier and the middle tier and the bottom tier teams, and realistically. Yeah. They can only pull off a miracle, maybe, but we're talking like less than 10% off of those top tier teams. So this middle pack team, fighting against middle pack teams, surely you do want to have a winning record against these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these teams, you saw the starting roster, of course, for Runaway, and now here's the starting roster for Yeti. Both these teams only running a 5-person roster, so there will be no substitutions tonight.
Yes.
This is what you're going to get. I think, you know, if you're looking for the win conditions, who's got a chance to really carry for this team, it's got to be Viper and Knife. They have to have amazing performances against 2 of the best damage players in the entire game.
Yeah, Viper Knife, known from O2 Blast, also Viper from the Shanghai Dragons. As Irony Donghak, he also played in a couple of big teams. Donghak, I remember him from Atlanta, and Bliss from Dallas. But I still feel like Yeti as a team, the team cohesion is still not completed after this many games, and certainly having a lot more potential. But before we hop into the matches, we do have the coaches on stage. Quest, are you ready? Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am back with the second team rep interview of the day, and we have Runner on Runaway. He is the head coach.
네, 반갑습니다. 네, 다음으로는 예티 팀의 페이트님 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
And on Yeti's side, we have Fate, who is the coach for Yeti.
네, 자, 먼저 러너님께 질문 드릴게요.
This question goes for Runner.
제네시스를 상대로 어제 첫 풀세트 승리를
And against Genesis yesterday, the Runaway took a map 5 victory. It was a nail biter. What was said for the to the players, and Runner said, I took out the bat. I took the bat out sometimes, but I also apologize to them for being a little loud, and I think that it was important to keep the mood, keep the atmosphere on check, and keep the players in check.
지금 풀세트를 기대하시는 느낌이신데.
팬분들은 경기를 오래 보고 싶으니까.
And the fans obviously want to see the map 5 series. And Runner replies that Yeti is a team that's obviously very good.
사실 예티 팀이 만들었어요.
And
창시자고 그만큼 잘해요. 선수들이.
Yeti creating a part of the meta But now that it's not, it doesn't match the meta right now.
저희도 방심 안 하고.
However,
네.
Yeti has full of players that are good,
네, 자, 오늘
so
러너웨이 팀
we
어제
won't get
같은
complacent.
엄청난 경기력 보여줄 수 있을지 기대가 되고요. 자, 다음은 예티 팀의 페이트님에게 여쭤보겠습니다.
And this
자,
next question
지난
goes to you,
경기에서
Fate.
살짝은 뼈아픈 그런 패배를
And
당하셨는데
it was,
오늘은 그와 좀 다른 모습
It was
기대해봐도
a bit of
될까요?
a heartbreaking loss yesterday, so
네,
will they be able to bounce back?
는 솔직히 네, 그 팀이 정말 잘한다고 인정할
And
수밖에
we do accept that WAC is a very good team.
고칠 거 고치고 네, 수정할
So
거
we
하면서
have to
저희
fix
것도
the things that we need to do and
열심히
improve on
해서
things.
네, 열심히 하면 이길 수 있어요.
And I think that as long as
네,
we work
수정의
hard,
시점을
I think we will
거듭하면
be able to win today.
어쨌든 만점이 나오기 마련이니까 오늘 경기도 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 양분 모두에게 공통 질문 드리도록 할게요.
And the next question goes to both head coach or both team
데려오고 싶은
reps.
선수를 말하는 시간인데, 아, 이 선수
If you had to choose a
좀
player to
이런
scout
선수
from the
있을까요,
other
러너님?
team,
뭐 하트 시그널 그런 거.
who would it be?
지목하셔야 돼요. 시그널 보내셔야 돼요.
아 구매해야 돼요.
아, 시그널만 보내시면
시그널
돼요.
보내면
네.
Is it like sending a signal to the player?
얼굴로 고르시면 안 돼요.
아 예.
And you can't choose based on their looks, okay?
데려오고 싶은 선수요.
마음이 가는 선수.
So
딜러가 누구였죠?
나이프 바이퍼.
who was their DPS?
잘
Viper and Knife?
아 약간 이게 견제였거든요. 예.
Oh, that was just me just bantering.
저는 뭐 나이프. 네, 닉네임이 마음에
And
들어서.
I will choose Knife because I like his
네, 잘
nickname
써주죠.
and is charismatic
네.
그런 거
and he seems sharp.
알겠습니다. 자, 그러면 페이트님, 저쪽에서 좀
As for
치달아하는
Fate,
선수.
Who would you scout?
일단
아, 일부러 아까 기억
A bit of
못 나게
nervous
하셔가지고
smiles coming from
러너님이.
Fate.
아, 정말 고민돼.
뭐한 명 뽑자면 프로페트
네.
선수
If I had to choose
에임
a
하나만큼은
player,
기깔 나니까.
I think that I would choose Prophet because I also like his name.
자, 이제
Or
서로
his aim,
시그널
sorry.
보내셨으니까 인터뷰는 여기서
Not his name.
마무리하도록 하고요. 저희는 경기 보러 가도록 하겠습니다. 자,
And that
지금까지
is it for the
러너웨이의
team rep
러너님,
interview
그리고
between
예티의
Runaway and
페이트님과
Yeti.
얘기 나눠봤습니다.
Thank you very
자,
much,
경기
and
보러
I will
가시기
be
전에
sending it
팬픽
back to the
확인하시죠.
casters.
Oh, thank you, Quest. And that was Runner and Fate. Runner certainly always full of mouth when he's on stage. He had the baseball bat out against his players yesterday. Wonder what that was all about. But here's the map meetup. We're going into Samoa. Okay, Yeti picking that Samoa, and Runaway picking Midtown, Colosseo, Suravasa, and Chambali if we go into that fifth map.
Yeah, the only thing that kind of stands out to me is picking Colosseo into Runaway, which I think is their better of the push maps, mostly based on the tank play. I think it'd be pretty fair to say that right now, the tank play from Runaway is the biggest question mark still, is still the biggest problem, or Mag's limited pool. Mag's look best really on Orisa, in my opinion, and Colosseo's a map where Orisa can really come into play. That also makes sense, though, because Orisa is pretty good on Midtown as well, which was Runaway's map pick. So interesting stuff there. Samoa to kick it off should be pretty fun and nice, but yeah, those are the two that kind of are interesting. This little banter there, I like that Runner's like, I like Knife because he's sharp. Haha. I see
He's
what
sharp.
you did there.
That was a lovely translation from Quest too. And he likes his name. And Fate also picking Prophet, liking his name and aim. I believe both.
Yeah. If you don't have a good name, you don't have good aim. Everyone knows that. So
exactly.
Examine your in-game tag and see if it really is conducive to having good aim. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Yeti uphill battle. They're going to have great performances out of their damage players, but it's kind of unfair because Zest, an amazing play in the last couple of matches that we've seen them on, and just absolutely crushing on the Tracer. It's really hard to rank anyone's Tracer purely over Zest, and then we saw what Prophet did. Like Prophet's Widow. I know Prophet was good, but that Widow performance on Circuit Royale put everyone else in the tournament on notice.
I know that those Widows, we might be seeing them later on. Maybe not in the first couple of maps, but Samoa certainly a map you can kind of use Widow if you really want to fit that in, but I think that we're realistically talking a lot more other DPSs like Cassidy, especially when we go to the beach.
Yeah.
And I believe the game is ready. This is map number 1, and we are going into Samoa for that control map.
Yeah. Okay, so this is an interesting stage 2. We'll see where the fights end up happening. I mostly my eyes for this matchup are going to be on Mag to see if this Orisa can get to an even higher level. Seems like one of the tanks that Mag has been most comfortable on, and it's worked out really well. On the other side, are we going to actually have this Ram? We will. Ramatra coming out. A good pick on this map.
Yeah. Volcano here as Mag, certainly one of the better Risa players out there. And can certainly have some control side. I think Runaway really took it hard after losing a lot of control, and it was one of the biggest feedbacks, I believe, having a worse performance on the control map especially. And ever since that, Mag really solidified his Orisa. Here is Dongak on the Ramatra though, having more of a push, and Yeti was taking the point, not yet contested. Runaway, there will be the first control by Yeti, starting off with 2%. Runaway still trying to hold it from the side, and Zest, a knife having one traded to DPS. But can you really hold it together? Here is knife from the side. Still poking out.
Zest wins the 1v1. An interesting wrinkle from Yeti too is having this Moira irony on the Moira. The absolute pure healing output. The window gets dropped, and this is going to send Yeti scattering behind cover.
Behind the walls. We have full 5v5 mutual fights as I say that Prophet with that headshot onto Viper. Gonna lose that Tracer. That's to follow up along with that Lucio. Still on the full team wipe is what they're looking for. There's that Javelin and a full team wipe from Runaway.
Yeah, I mean, that fight had already been lost and flipped over, but some really nice chase downs there for Runaway. You cannot say enough about Zest Tracer. It is top tier, top S+++, if you will. Yeah, so Yeti getting back in here, they should be able to open with Coalescence. It's not really an ultimate you want to hang on to too long because of just how fast it charge. You're almost losing value the longer you hold on to it. So you can use that, get onto the point with Donghack, and that should be enough time to buy Annihilation, which is really hard to get back into.
With the Coalescence, as you pointed out, there's Irony with the sound barrier. Both sides, Runaway still controlling the point, and there is... Oh, Zest finding one more target, knocked down. We hold it with 4v5. Viper, he certainly turns the tide with the Pulse Bomb. Remaining members, we have the Ramatra going down along with that. So Yeti, they do need to regroup once again. And Max are just finding a few more with a Javelin.
I mean, it's a small thing, but it's a small thing you have to clean up for Yeti is that they ended up overlapping support ultimates again. They had Coalescence going, but even that apparently wasn't enough healing because then Bliss lays down the sound barrier right behind it. Those are things that you would like to, if you're going to use them back to back. You don't really want much overlap, and even through all that healing, they ended up losing players.
Yep, and again, Viper trying to test the angles of that pulse bomb. Has to recall, you're still not. Ramatra at the front line, knife with the snipe onto Lijiang gone. That's a pretty good start for Yeti. If they want to get that control back. Annihilation, some force time, but that should be able to do it. Even with that Matrix, not enough for Runaway. All they have is Terror Surge from Mag.
Yeah, kind of an interesting desperation matrix there from Vigilante, but Donghack just ignores it. It completely walks through it. All the health in the world and the Annihilation ends up cleaning up Zest, who's been their consistent damage right now. Yeti will pull this back a little bit. It's going to be behind when the next fight starts, but again, Irony will have the Coalescence. You gotta fire it and forget it. It's such a fast charging ult. It's a good ult with the damage, and also like the close quarters where they're gonna fight here can get a lot of damage and healing done.
Test here. Oh, very low. Eventually picked up. And here's Terror Surge trying to show, but can't really do much as Yeti with the Coalescence pushing all the way. Here's Irony at Moira with the push. Of course, with the flip, Runaway. You do have 85%, but it's going to be an uphill battle with less ult. Some of the ults coming real soon, but can they really take the point back?
Some critical chase downs too, and this is what I was talking about coming into this. Yeti's best condition to win this is going to be through the sheer tyranny of will from Viper and Knife, and they have been absolutely cleaning up those late kills too, and they get Mag coming back on the Doomfist. If Runaway's gonna fight this, they're gonna fight at a man down.
And
nice
spawn. That's Zest. Going down to keep himself alive. Here's Prophet with the Deadeye zoning out. Hold on, as Donga was able to find Vigilante all the way on the side.
That's like all their healing. They're going to be in deep trouble now. Prophet's going to go down.
Cast that. Pop the sound barrier if you want to really get the punch. Here is Zest also looking for that kill onto Knife. He's holding around the control side. Can't really do too much alone. And Lijiang gets picked off. That seems like Yeti taking the first control here. Zest looking for the final touches. Will be picked off eventually from Irony. And here's Matt trying to do the touch with the Doomfist.
The Annihilation, such a good closeout ultimate on Control. Such a enormous ultimate. Gets everyone down, and Yeti sneaks out first Control. Control itself can be very, variable, a little bit odd, and then there's specific stages in each Control that I find even more to that extent, and this is the stage when it comes to Samoa, in my opinion, that just plays a little bit differently. You can run different compositions on. Here's that Annihilation. Actually, I think the big thing that turned the tide is when they got the capture and the chase down. This is the chase down here, and they're going to get, I think, 3 out of this, so enormous, staggers time. Every second going to be those seconds ticking up, so wow, Yeti clutching it out there. And Runaway, they're going to have to find some distance. Also, Mag came out on the Doomfist without the rest of his team and got picked off again. So once they lost control of that, Runaway never really regrouped properly, ended up losing the first stage.
That's Yeti. The first one, Runaway. Might be having some more trouble here as we go into Beach. Now looking towards the side, here's Prophet with that Cassidy. Picked off a couple of times in the very first stage. And we're always looking for Zest. Where is his Tracer?
I mean, it's no one's winning the neutral so far. Knife eats a Javelin. No worse for wear. Ah, Zest wins 1v1.
Off of Viper. 4v5. Zest looking for Lucio. Seems to be the target. There's a second. Vigilante will be getting Dongha. By the way, wins the first neutral fight. That was quite a lot of neutral fights.
So, and the timing there too. So Zest wins the 1v1, and I think Bliss was probably coming back to try to help out Viper, but then a little bit too late. So now Bliss is now in a 1v1 of the Zest, which is the last place you want to be.
And certainly Yeti taking a slower approach now after losing that first battle. Vigilante ready with the Matrix.
Yeah, you can open up Cole. I mean, I'm going to say it over and over again. It's just one of those ultimates. It's a really good opening if you need it.
And here's Deadeye. And trying to hide off of those angles. Available. Oh, Knife! Gets slightly picks off. And that's a kill. Along with Zest getting the Viper both DPS down for Yeti. They do have to regroup. And it'll be about 55% when they come back. And we come to Beach.
Big stagger. Big stagger.
Donga! Please, someone! Just kill me already! Please!
Nice play from Runaway there.
Yeah.
55 counting up. Donghawk does have Annihilation, but really, again, I'm going to beat it into the ground. Yeti's going to have both damage ultimates up. Got to find a stick, and then the overclock could be enormous. One of those ultimates that can get you 2 or 3. So that's kind of what Yeti's hoping for, to get some value out of those damage ultimates.
Certainly going for a Runaway already, 77%. And the wants to do this. Okay, Viper dead already before that area was not caught in that. So DPS down, and Runaway seems to be getting this once again from what we can tell. Only sound barrier used for Yeti though. That's one, I guess,
Yeah, the silver lining is when you die, you can't waste your ultimate. But in the beat-for-beat fight, Runaway and Yeti both use their beats. Runaway comes out completely on top. This one is going to be 100-0 unless a miracle is pulled out with one of these pulse bombs or with the Sojourn ultimate. Got them both. You don't want to take them back to the next round.
Yeah, that's right. That overclock has to make some use of it. Here is Knife. Getting some shots, but not able to find kills. Okay, that was close. But not yet. Here's Proper. Finding Blizz. A lot more. And actually, on the point, 99% overtime. Yeti needs a miracle to Vest down. Sojourn down. And no one's actually contesting at the point. So here is Runaway 100-0. And we are tied up 1-1.
Yeah, a little more standard of a map. Everyone knows where the fights are going to be. Everyone knows where the angles are. It's not kind of the, I don't know, stranger architecture that is Volcano. So Runaway's going to take that one with relative ease. And for the most part, Zest was just creating all sorts of havoc. You can't really overstate how important that stagger was, too. That buys you another 10 seconds, 15 seconds, which is a huge amount of percentage. Makes sure that Yeti can't get into the right position for those final fights. And, the damage ultimates not finding the way. There's a lot of weight on the damage ultimates, and Yeti doesn't necessarily have the utility in the support line because they're running the Moira. The Moira might be being run just because you're going to be a target for Zest, and Moira provides you at least some escapability. But so far, it is that one was all Runaway.
I think you're right on the money behind the reason why we have the Moira from Irony. Zest, this Tracer is something else, as we all know it from the last few weeks. And here's Prophet. For those that shots on the Viper. 100-0. Got a sting for Yeti. At least the field is out for Runaway already. Trying to do some poke. Here is Knife. Looking for that railgun. Runaway finally contesting for the point. Almost has the point controlled. Not losing anyone yet. As we do see Dongak rotating around. Here's the merry-go-round between the two teams. Running right behind Mag. Luisa's got him covered. Point not taken yet, as I say that. Knife gets that headshot.
They do a really nice job of isolating Prophet. Window comes down in desperation. Vigilante is going to keep everyone up in the immortality field as well.
They're still looking to
no capture on this point yet.
Yeah, no capture yet. Quite amazing. Okay, Colosseo is early up. Viper got a kill. Just trying to turn things around and gets that pulse bomb. Maybe they can do it. Terror Surge out. Soundwave to keep Yeti alive. Nicely timed by Blizz there. Just finally going down. Knife. It seemed like that Sojourn doing a lot more work coming into that third stage.
Okay, but now they're behind on beats. I understand the impetus from Yeti that let's make sure that we win this fight so that we actually get control, get it counted up. Mag. I thought we talked about this, Mag. Got some Maga on the field. Let's do it.
It's not the very first Maga, but we do have it.
No, but the first one wasn't great either.
Well, certainly be playing a lot more. Oh, look at that damage certainly helping a little bit. Maga did get some buffs recently, but will that be enough? Certainly not looking like from competitive, but here's Matt to show it off. There's that beat from Lijiang, as you have mentioned. Extra source of tool for Runaway. Is that enough? That's gotta kill. Yeti backing off. Still rotating off to the side. There is Donghap. And Irony. This Malgot's going nowhere. Blasting off with Cha-Cha and Gutty. And Knife in your face! Zest eats that up.
This is getting bad because Runaway needs to not only win the fight, they need to win it clean because they need to flip this back. Let's remember, it is 1-1. Yeti already took a stage off of the squad. That is a single fight. Otherwise, Runaway's going to drop a map. And even if the series ends up going their way, like I said, you cannot be dropping maps.
Oh, Mauga, it is Samoa, but why now? But let's see. That's Vigilante for lessons. Respawn.
That's huge.
Finally,
okay, they're going to pull this back.
There's so many.
It's going to be flipped. They had a big, put a decent investment in there too, but now we're going to have the cage fight coming up for Maga. Mags, Maga.
But still, there was a good amount of delay, I think. Yeti still hitting 97%.
Yeah, it's critical. I mean, This reminds me a little bit of OWCS, where there was, I forget the stage name right now, it's eluding me, but it's a very difficult map to completely wipe a team off of, and so the stall potential is enormous. Yeti's got Coalescence, fire and forget it, there it is.
Only getting the first fire first kill. Knife still has it overclock, Domha, Prophet, and Runaway. It does seem like this isn't really happening. The cage fight is there, but if you have no one else to actually help you, it is going to be Yeti taking this, and 2 points might be possible. It is just up to Zest. He can only do too much. There's a recall. Lijiang steered to touch. Just the contest. There's Mag now with that Doomfist. Makes a touch. Still overtime.
They need to delay enough to get beat. They need to delay enough to get beat and make sure that Lijiang stays alive. Here's the beat ready.
It's ready.
Might not need it now. 2 kills. They can hold it.
It was a really nice isolation there by Prophet Meg. And Knife still contesting. But still... It will be the flip, but Runaway. Only 29%. Still ways away to complete this downtown.
Yeah, 2 more fights, pretty much. See if there's some switches. Mag's Doomfist has not been the best hero. There's Mag's best hero so far, back on the Orisa now that they have a little bit of breathing room. Zest trying to get some spawn camp. Runaway's in a very solid spot. So like I said, you probably need 2 fights. It would be nice to win 1 fight each for both of these support ultimates.
Lessons from Vigilante. And gets
beautiful.
to immediately. Doesn't even need any other sources. I'll take that all day. 1 Coral Lessons for the team win.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go for a little bit of a stagger there, but Lucio was there to maybe help him out. You don't want to end up losing a fight just trying to get a stagger. Okay, so it's going to be Annihilation for Yeti. They're going to be able to throw that in if they like. Not the most impactful ultimate, especially going up against Beat. What Yeti would really love is for Annihilation to buy them enough time to get to their own support ultimates. Coalescence will come up first. If they can sustain through the Beat fights.
Yeah, that snap doesn't pay off. Not sticking to Knife.
Got it. This is in trouble. It's a 2v1.
And we call 2 seconds. Oh, you mentioned. Oh, that snipe failed big time, and an opportunity for Yeti.
Runaway's just gonna try to like dance around the point and wait last second use Beat. There's Beat.
It's 144 down. Goes Annihilation and Coalescence down from Yeti, but still not enough to take it and Runaway. From 97 to 0. Was that 97 to 0? What a comeback here. No one on the point from Yeti.
Well, you know, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. An unforced error by Yeti. The C9, a little bit rough, and I think Runaway knows they got a little bit of got away with a little bit of one there. Not to say they couldn't have won that fight straight up, but the other team just hands it to you. Yeah,
that hurts.
Yours. Yeah, it was
Yeti
yours.
almost
That's
had
huge.
That.
It's huge for Runaway to not be dropping maps. I mean, look, the allegations of fraud watch are still going to be coming in, I'm sure, because people expect more out of this Runaway team. And, you know, people are going to get tired of me saying it, but it continues to be right. I still am worried about Mag on this team because it's just... It seems like Orisa's the best hero for Mag, but then any chance Mag gets to not play Orisa takes immediately. Like, immediately. Oh, I got to get back, so I'm on Doom now. Oh, I'm going to play Maga now. I mean, I don't really know enough about Maga to say if it's a good pick or not. I just know that I've not really seen anyone else play it. It's not been ideal, so it remains a question. They win fights when Mag's on Orisa. And I think the weird thing is they're not asking Mag to do much. They're just asking Mag just stay alive. Just anchor the point for us. Let your world-class damage dealers go to town. Just stay alive and hit some javelins and just stay up. Be a damage sponge. Like play tank as meant to be. Absorb damage. They're able to pull that off. And then the Yeti C9. That's but Runaway is they need to clean things up.
Yeah, they do.
They absolutely just need to clean things up.
Yeah, certainly. This 5-man roster for both teams actually having a okay time. I thought that Ramatra was actually a pretty solid for the team, having some annihilation moment.
Yeah.
But Mags, Orisa, he's controlled. Is supposed to be one of the better Orisas out there. But if you're really looking into that hero pool, might be lacking a little bit in this meta currently.
Right. I think Yeti, Knife had a pretty good performance. Knife was hitting shots. Knife was getting first kills. So that's something they can lean on and they can go and use going forward. But what a match so far. It's just so strange because that second point was so one-sided, 100% zero, and it was never even really close. And that's a point where you're in a smaller quarters and you can kind of lock it down with your tank. But a lot of questions still remain about Runaway.
Yeah, it could have been even worse with Zest going down at the end. We thought it was really close, but eventually Runaway was able to take that first control, and we will have a lot more maps after a short break. The second map will be hybrid. When we come back, we'll have that hybrid map. And welcome back, everyone. We are in the middle of Runaway versus Yeti, and certainly that Samoa went all the way, for Runaway at least, all the way at the end. But Yeti almost had that after that loss. Can they really come back in Midtown, which we haven't seen a lot more from Korea recently?
Yeah. So, I mean, this is an interesting pick from Runaway. It's a map that I believe you absolutely can run Orisa from first point to last point. Again, it's been Mag's best tank by 1.5 miles. Not asking Mag to make giant plays and just kind of be that anchor. You know, Orisa's always been an anchor tank. Even with a rework, Orisa is a solid anchor tank. Just sit there. You've got Fortify, you've got Spin to Win, you can hit some Javelins and Interrupt. So there's still the high skill ceiling capacity of being able to use that Interrupt. But I think this makes a ton of sense because Orisa... I mean, the other option essentially is usually King's Row, and Orisa's not as good on King's Row. So this is a pick that I think goes right into Mag's wheelhouse, and then it doesn't really affect everyone else. It also allows Prophet to maybe play some Sojourn, and of course Zest can play Tracer. That's all that really matters.
Yeah, let's continue on how Mag, if his hero pool or his limits can be really tested today, because it does seem like this team, not just the map choice, a lot of the team comp and the plays are revolving around Mag. Might be a similar issue for Donghak, but we're still not really not seeing like pinpoint down issues from Yeti on their side. So we'll see if that's going to be the main difference between the two teams. With that dubstep button, the game should be ready. It's hybrid Midtown game 2. It's gonna be a good one.
Hit it, Skrillex. Let's get into it. So, I mean, the issue with Yeti remains to be kind of the same stuff, where the support line is... I mean, I've said they've been solid, but they've been making a few mistakes here and there. Like, they're not getting their ultimates where they need to. Irony getting caught by pulse bombs. I'm not sure if that fade had been up or used or not. And it's tragic because Viper and Knife played really well on the last map. The last stage in particular, Knife went off. So they need to... I think Yeti is kind of in that same job of like, just guys, don't make mistakes and let your damage dealers express their skill.
That's always the mission. Let's not make mistakes and let's do what we want to do about it. It's not going to be a perfect game all the time as we're playing Overwatch. As Midtown looking for the sideways. Okay, Knife will be getting that kill off the side. Zest with that chase.
I mean, so it's kind of big though. Like, losing the Lucio is like rough because you're not going to be able to initiate. They did end up taking the tank down on the other side though. So if Yeti, I mean, if Runaway sees that Yeti's going to try to taxi this in, which they can't, they can now get onto the point. So Donghak's going to have a long walk back. It's tankless now for Yeti. Runaway's going to be at full strength much sooner, and now Irony down. This should be Runaway's point.
Yes, that pressure. Slowly coming out of the room.
Knife again. Lijiang gone. Come on.
I wonder if it's dead Lucio. Oh, hold on. There's Prophet. Stuff to turn things.
Yeah, who needs a Lucio anyway? We'll just win it 4v5.
No, we always have a separate moment, separate place in our hearts for Lucio. Come on, man.
We have a separate place in our hearts for Lijiang's playstyle, but that is 2 first deaths real quick. I mean, look, you always take the good with the bad, but yeah, they're able to bully that one out. We do have a pause.
Okay.
See what the issue ends up being. Our production has been fantastic on telling us what the issue is and what we can expect here.
It does seem like Runaway pause, and we do have a small sound issue from DJ Gone. Oh, okay. So that was the reason behind.
Oh yeah, clearly he couldn't hear the Sojourn across the map. That was the problem. Couldn't hear that the Sojourn had sightlines on him.
Exactly. He didn't have the volume 200%.
I don't want anyone to take it super seriously. I love Lijiang Gone. It's absolutely one of my favorite Lucios. I mean, probably my favorite Lucio of all time.
Of course.
It's just, it's one of those things where he gets picked off first once. You're like, all right, fine. That's just Lijiang Gone.
You kind of laugh it off. But it's the first belt to start the fight. That's usually the drill.
You kind of expect it, but also they got a good trade off of it too. But then the second one, it's just like just a little bit, but also it's not like he's playing in a vacuum. Knife is hitting enormous shots, and also mostly in almost all of these compositions, Lucio is your prime and best target to hit. You're wasting ammo if you're trying to headshot tanks for the most part. Tracer is ethereal at best to try to hit. So Lucios are going to take the brunt of whether it's a Doomfist Ire or they're going to be the prime target to take out. Do we have any great signs out there? I can't read them.
Oh, we do. Vigilante, some Knife Ditto. I don't know what that is all about. Oh, Knife, I guess maybe Ditto calling for Echo potentially. Yeah, there was some great
Okay.
arts coming out from the here cheerful. Oh, we're on pausing.
in.
Okay, back in game. Nice. That wasn't a long pause.
No, they always overestimate. They're like, it might be 3 minutes, and it's usually been 30 seconds. It's been really great about getting all the tech up and working. But yeah, first point taken by Runaway. Let's see where we're set up now. No, okay.
Oh, no Lijiang dead, so it must not be Lijiang's issue.
It might be.
Well, it
Something has happened again. That's fine.
might
Maybe
still
not
be.
fully fixed.
Bring the doctor.
No,
we know we have
yeah, a lot
the
of
tech doctor.
Yeah, is that true? Was that your cast that I was watching that I picked up on that?
I think it was. It might have been
Somebody's
unknown.
got a
Unknown or 9K.
a PhD in computer peripherals is what I heard. I'm gonna have to really clear it up because it doesn't sound like a joke. Like I think it's honest. Maybe that's not the exact title, right? But
Yeah, I'm
like,
sure everyone's
yeah.
starting. I'm sure with all the AIs and all that, everyone's studying about the AI and the software. But you really have to start out with the hardware issues first. If you really want to drill that software in, you need the
Well, I know
hardware
people-
first to have the software.
I know people are like, well, it's only 10 computers. How to do it? But it's 10 computers with people rotating peripherals constantly. It's not like everyone's just walking in and using the same mouse and the same keyboard, and then headsets have different adjustments. So these ghosts in the machine are just going to happen at certain times.
Yes,
All right, what do we have here?
Oh,
a lot of
some-
Irony fans.
Yeah, a lot of Donghak fans. Yep, Donghak fans. I didn't know, but I actually like Donghak a lot. There was there was a center sign and couldn't read all of it. But here's Yeti Donghak, of course, the tank player of the team. Has been having some fantastic moments.
And of course, when we're in these pauses, players are not allowed to talk about the match. They're really not allowed to talk much at all. So
Yeah,
we've
only
got
about the
referees.
issues.
Yeah. Got the referees, everyone waiting with bated breath to see what happens. There's about a $4,000 camera taking some shots.
Yeah, that's quite a camera with a gigantic lens and some runaway fan signs.
The camera's probably $2,000. That lens might be more than college tuition costs. So, yeah.
I thought we have enough technology to reduce down those sizes, but I guess not. If you're talking lens,
No. Making glass perfectly smooth in the correct angles turns out ridiculously expensive.
and also heavy. If you want to, I've had a lot of friends who had those cameras, and there's a reason why they have separate backs for it.
Ajax, what a legacy for Ajax. Poor guy.
Well, that will always be a meme.
I used to cast Ajax way, way, way back in the day. I want to say 2016, 2017. Ajax was really coming up. Nice guy.
But
the legacy of the Ajax lives on. Well, it's kind of funny too, like how C9 has become the thing, right? And it's just from Cloud9. It's just it's an organization.
The beginning of Apex days, C9. The one moment is all you need.
I think there was Mendo, another really old head shout from way back in the day. Yeah, I used to cast Mendo in the closed beta.
Was that when Surefour was in?
That's the same era. Mendo,
Yes.
Surefour, Tvik.
I think I was actually translating for them in one of the days back in Apex days. I had a lot of teams to manage, so I don't want to go back and talk about all the events that happened. But
no, because then you'll feel really, really old, like I always do, watching these players play and watching all the players that I admired coming up be coaches now, and at those kind of things. We always talk about it, but it's great that Overwatch has had the legs that it's had. You can spout dead game all you want, but we're on like year 9.
It's so alive.
High level competitive play.
It's so alive. That's first generation Overwatch. I would say we're almost in like the third generation Overwatch now. I guess with changing over to the Champions Series. It's just been a history of Overwatch with so many great players.
That's a good way to put it. It's the third era, because we had like the open eras and like the community tournaments that I used to be a part of and run, and then Apex was all around the same time. Then the Overwatch League came in, and everything else went away because it was just Overwatch League. And now Overwatch League is gone, and now we have OWCS. So that's a great way to put it. We're in the third era.
Yeah, third era, just like the old Apex days, somewhat. And also back of some mix of talents between the contenders and some Overwatch League players. Well, some teams with only Overwatch League players, and certainly they're pulling off a lot, a lot on the line, being first place, second place is in the standings. And of course, it is Sunday in Korea, Sunday night, so we do have basically a full house with these teams, with full of cheerfuls.
Okay, looks like we're going to get back into game. I was just going to ask, is it usually more packed on Saturday night or Sunday night?
Oh, I think both. Saturday, Sunday, mostly packed because usually it starts at 5 p.m. Korean time, so it's usually really nice timing for all the people to join the WDG Esports Stadium. As we do see that without the end, as I say that, that's a clock right before it goes out. Prophet dead. Oh, but Zest is going to leave something behind, and that's a gift.
It depends which side you're on, I suppose, if it's a gift or a curse. But that's going to allow Yeti to stabilize at the very least, but Runaway with much closer spawns is going to get in here. Now, Runaway has struggled a couple of times of taking away this high ground. Zest wins his 1v1 against Viper.
And Zest.
The melee confirm off screen.
Yeah.
But Runaway struggle a little bit on this map of taking away this high ground. And that's where I think Yeti's going to make their big stand. Again, double support ults layered on top of each other.
Yeti will use all of it. And Runaway struggling a little bit after losing 2. Unless... Oh, never mind, Zest. Always having some hopeful moments for Zest because this guy can turn things around. But after losing 2 wasn't enough. Didn't have to use that overclock and the sound barrier from Runaway, so they do have extra chances of pushing this payload next time. About 3 minutes, so that's some good time bank left.
Well, like I mentioned, though, if Yeti didn't win that fight, it was absolutely tragic because they did drop both support ultimates at the exact same time. Now Runaway going to have the beat advantage, beat one of the most important ults, if not the most important ult in Overwatch right now.
Yeah, here's Prophet. With the far slide, was able to get away.
They have to take this
high ground. There's Max slowly approaching, but Orisa, let's take a long time to approach that point. Here's Donga with that annihilation, sound barrier. They're gone, overclock, pop, everything pressed. Light will be the first to fall. Along with Donghak, so Runaway finally getting some highlight moments, and Viper striking back. Lijiang dead. Starting the fight.
That wasn't a stick, though. They threw that on the ground, and Lijiang power skated over it. Yeah.
Oh, Lijiang, we might be seeing another pause. Who knows? Still not enough to touch the point yet. Yes, Hex.
So you want to get Vigilante in position here to finish off this point. You'd love to be able to get it in the neutral, but if you have to drop the window, you have to drop the window. Yeah, window's out.
It's gone.
And Vigilante cleans up this.
Was that enough? Overclock. And 4 lessons from Irony. And Vigilante gets sniped all the way in the back. That is nice. Viper in all the action, and Runaway cannot get the second touch yet on the ground, and that will be another successful defense by Yeti.
Yeah, and we're going to enter the full-on neutral game here for a little bit as no one's even close to an ultimate. Bliss is going to be the closest, but all of the work and all of the resources Runaway put in taking this high ground now all for naught as it goes back. 90 seconds means one good push and maybe one mediocre push after, but Runaway looking to get the second point has to do it now.
And they have to control the high ground first. Again, focusing on to Donghak. Will be able to get away with half HP bar. There's Prophet, but can't really find the right call as Runaway in the high ground. Here's Bliss starting off the fight with the sound barrier. Runaway falling back for just a couple of seconds, but Viper's not gonna let that happen. Vigilante is sniped off. Okay, Prophet. One back. Viper gone.
Trades, but I mean, you'd much rather have Moira.
Still slow rotation coming from Runaway.
I mean, not only is it close spawns for Viper, but it's also your Tracer, so should be back immediately. 30 seconds left. Runaway's not really even building towards anything. If they can get Prophet to get some spam in here and get the overclock, that might be their win condition. Meanwhile, Irony has to stay alive.
Still talking less than 30 seconds now. Yeti, knife all the way in the back. Put that railgun kill.
Doing a great job.
And we're Ultimate's coming online soon.
Yeah, if they can dodge this Cole, they're going to be in a huge advantage.
Oh, Irony sniped! Prophet! With that shot from far back. Okay, yeah, really get this done. Prophet, Mag, and it does seem like with not that many tools used actually from Runaway, still keeping 3 online. be able to get this second touch.
Yeah, I underestimated Runaway's patience there and the charge rate of their ultimates. They're really nice patience there, and you saw Mag go aggressive, and for a second you're holding your breath of like, Mag, please don't feed, but only went in like that because he knew Vigilante had the Coalescence, gets fed all of the Coalescence healing, huge, they're able to get out of that with keeping their beat, gonna have an enormous beat advantage again, get some more time on the clock, but not much, only a minute now for Runaway to get some progress on the third.
That is right, only a minute, and still has two big tools, and that is Knife. Off with the overclock. No good target yet, or that right click. Oh, Mag with the beat. This will be a pretty good push from Runaway after getting that extension of the second point. Going all the way near the spot, looking for that extra kill. Chase was made, but no extra kills, and Knife on the Widow. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent point for it.
Oh. As we say that, get sniped. The other side.
All right now.
Let's see if there will be a switch. There's a beat from Yeti on the press. Okay, Prophet with the overclock. If we find some time, there's still not with the block. And with the Terra Surge. Some damage done. But Runaway finding one more out of the two. And add that one more, and they are on the roll for the final point. They make it happen, and that's a 3-pointer for Runaway.
Critical. This is why it's so frustrating when Mag switches to Doom and switches to Maga or does whatever he ends up doing, is because the Orisa is solid in sound. It's totally fine for his playstyle, and I think he's figuring out the playstyle that works best for him on Orisa, and it's almost Winston-like on occasion. Okay, that's not the pulse bomb I was looking for. But what I mean by that is wait, save your spin, and then when someone's doing something that we don't like, get in their face about it. And you saw it towards the overclock near the end when Knife was on the stairs and he was about to go nuts. Mag just gets in his face, spins, knocks him down, gets him out of position, and gets the kill. They did it also on Donghek on first point, like really good stuff. And then the snipe with the spear, like, Mag, this is why, buddy. We love you on this Orisa. Just,
that's right.
Yeah, I think they're figuring it out a little bit, and I definitely think this map pick has something to do with that. On the other side, again, Yeti, it's the same song for me. Viper and Knife doing their best, but Runaway has just been able to equalize at least from their damage dealers, and yeah, able to clutch it out at the end. Vigilante's quietly having a very nice round as well.
I actually wanted to point out on the Vigilante too, really keeping it out really nicely from the back line, not really dropping too often. Also, that Widow did not end up helping Yeti at the end. I think that really screwed up with the respawn timing for the entire team.
It's in theory, it's fine to especially a third point defensive Widow. You see it on a lot of different maps, and it's essentially to be able to get the range and burst advantage over the Sojourn. But yeah, not expecting the spear from downtown.
Now switching things. Yeti on offense. Runaway defending the point as Prophet on high. Back to the train. Yeti will be rotating into that small rooms to the side. No one dropped yet. Neutral fights. But when we're talking neutral, we eventually have to come out. Here's a Viper taking some time to do extra damage, chasing just at the moment. And we don't got first of all.
Vigilante's aim is so good. When you see the window come up too, Vigilante will often use it just for themselves, and as long as they get kills, it's totally fine. And Vigilante has been confirming kills through the window a couple times already this fight. You got to go back now. This attack is over, Yeti. Yeah. Let Prophet help you back to spawn.
Runaway eating their food slowly and digesting so they can buy more time. About 2:30 left for Yeti to get a single tick, because they need all three, all the way to the 3-point.
Yeah, Dogneck at 30%. Unless I missed an annihilation that already came off, that is an extremely slow charge rate. I mean, he was first death, but that's still really low.
Yeah. With Ramatra in the room, you can't really do too much as you're just hiding behind the walls. And that stuff pulse will be able to keep yourself alive. Runaway has a lot more tools in their hands. Finally, with the core lessons, here's the button pressed. And Para Surge, the barrier to respond. Rest gone. The field is available. Oh, but off that field, Runaway loses two. Yeti. Passing off the control point, and Knife goes an extra mile with that overclock with Viper.
No surprise, the fight they win. Knife and Viper go absolutely ham-tastic on it. The one thing, though, again, even after these fights, you have to look at it. A huge beat advantage for Runaway because Yeti keeps running support ultimates at the exact same time. They've needed both the support ultimates at the same time to keep Donghak up. So, yes, they win the fights, but now they're behind economically.
Yes, they are indeed. Donghak's coming soon enough, but no one else. Let's see how Yeti will be able to turn the first corner and maybe take the high ground control. Huge fight going okay for Runaway with the charges. Prophet looking for that slide, and the railgun was not able to do so at the moment. There's Lijiang on top, always testing the lines. Okay. Slides away, will be able to keep himself alive. Zest is always on the back for that snipe. Was able to get that Viper. Here's your win again for Zest. And with extra man, Runaway pushing the lines, and Yeti has to fall back.
Back into the corner. Still 3 minutes for their push, though. But remember, they have to complete this map entirely. It's going to be very difficult for Donghak to get value unless they're able to like speed boost in or something like that. Because if the Annihilation comes, I'd imagine Runaway just runs a really good disengage and free fires from the high ground.
Viper. Just on
tries to go up.
Those reports up. And Zest Pulse Bomb goes wide, but with an Annihilation, Yeti is able to sustain a little bit. At the first corner, they have to push towards this high ground. Still taking some time for Yeti.
It ends up being an extremely valuable Annihilation. It gets both support ultimates out, but Mag does equal out. See? Just play Orisa. Just play Orisa. Please, for the love of God, play Orisa. It looks good. It's not even just passable now. He's made some plays. This is... Alright. This is good for Runaway. Yeti's going to have to switch off, and they're going to have to match the Orisa. Battle of the Cattle begins.
His javelin timing's always finding kills, like escaping kills even.
I think he's finding his rhythm on it. I mean, maybe it's just this map, and we need a larger sample size, but this map has looked fantastic.
Yep, I'm a stat major, always up for sample size. I think we're getting enough numbers now for Mag. Oh, here comes the beach. And also the field out from Iron to keep himself alive. Lijiang gone dead. Means this is the start of the fight for Runaway, but won't last long this time as Prophet falls along with him. Mag in the middle, and Donghak is home Orisa. And Yeti will be finally able to push through this high ground underground.
But it is only a minute left, so Yeti has to ride this momentum and go forward. Yeah, they've got both damage ultimates. Zest is lurking.
As he is always looking for that. Oh! Not able to get 100%. Field already out. That's a nice one out. Window, overclocked Knife as Yeti there looking to push. Less than a minute now. Knows that Zest is out there somewhere. But if they can't contest, this will be a point. And that is a point.
Gave up point. I mean, it was actually a really cool play from Zest because the pressure that he was able to put on Irony forced the window out a little bit early. They didn't necessarily have the position they wanted. Zest is a madman. Unfortunately, the point has already been capped, but now they can forward hold.
Yeah, with that extended time now for Yeti, that's exactly what you're looking for. You can drop members, but if you can get the push,
yeah, they're going to back up. It's not a great place to hold. There's just too many angles that you can be attacked from, so they will take a little bit there. Lijiang goes down.
Yeah,
Meg's switch. Meg's onto, yeah, which is fine. I think it's probably the second best
search
call.
from Donghak, and will be able to keep themselves alive with the field, but not for long. As in this small room, how many members are falling down? And that is a slight win for Yeti as they keep this cart pushing.
Vigilante was toying with the idea of going to Moira. Is going to come back. Now we've got the Prophet Widow. Let's see if he's still warmed up from last night. Okay, Prophet going to Sojourn as well now. Backed up 1 minute.
Oh, back to
Yeti
Widow.
still needs to win this. Yeah, they
Let's
need to
see.
win this next fight.
Widow did get us.
Keep an eye.
Slight buff.
Keep an eye on the Lucios here. Who gets a better beat?
Yes, Bliss coming soon. Just looking for the snipe.
This might
There's that
force
Flux.
it.
The field to keep
Flux
them
didn't even
alive.
force it.
Knife that Prophet with the snipe. Looking for another headshot from distance. That flick didn't really quite work out. Yeti still needs to get the maximum push. Less than 30 seconds now, and only sound barrier available.
Yeti, I think, is waiting for their amplification matrix to take an angle.
For the final fight,
And then-
don't lock on the payload. Comes the boost. The field out. Viper gone. Prophet get with the snipe at this critical moment. Here comes a 4-man barrier. Would that be enough? Barrier back
Match
from
on the other
Runaway.
side.
Oh, Zest finds another kill, and that might be it for Yeti. As overtime is gone. Runaway. We'll be getting another one on the board. Midtown, and that is a 2-0 score now.
The snipe on a Viper ends up being critical, and not only does it take Viper off the field, but it means that Zest just does not have to worry about anything. The only thing really checking a Tracer at all times is the other Tracer, to be able to respawn and be able to peel for your backline no matter what position you're in. And now when Zest knows that the other Tracer is off the field, you can just run wild. You saw that Zest dives deep, able to get down the opposing Baptiste, and another huge game for Runaway to pull it off. They're up 2-0.
Yes, it was really close. Close one, I would say. The big breaking point was Yeti's second point of defense. Was Runaway was really close. Almost went to overtime because Runaway took such a long time capping that high ground control. But this Mag Orisa has been growing on me a lot within the last week. But right now, I think it's somewhat completed, as you had mentioned.
That seemed
man.
like the most. I mean, it's hard to tell, but just the eye test, right? It just seemed like the most comfortable that Mag had been on Orisa, on their offense, yeah. And like I said, just play it more like a patient Winston, I guess would be the best way to say it. Like you're sitting here, you're going to provide shields, you're going to provide this, but then when you see someone, like if you see a cast or you see an overclock or you see anything coming in, then go get it, right? And screw up them and cause chaos. And so that was really just understanding when you need to go in and understanding the timings and the rhythm and the tempo of Orisa. It seemed like Mag was the most comfortable there. So the best they've looked on it. The Sigma actually not bad. Like I think last night on Circuit Royale watching Mag Sigma, I was pretty impressed too. Sigma is, I think, all you need from Mag, and because this team I think is so talented, it's just don't make mistakes. But also on top of that, now Mag is making plays too. So it's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's been really fun. Certainly so far, especially for Runaway, because they're winning 2-0, and Yeti getting very close, but not quite enough in both of the maps. But let's see if Yeti can come back. Coming into our third map, it will be Colosseo next. All right, we are back for the series between Runaway and Yeti. So far, 2-0 for Runaway. But Yeti came very close. It was 2-1, Samoa close match, and also Midtown. Didn't really quite have a best ending to that Midtown, but certainly put on some contest. It's the second map.
I mean, not everything always comes down to like 1 or 2 kills, but Viper trying to pressure Prophet and getting picked by the Widow, it completely changes the landscape of the battlefield there, because then there's no Widow to have to worry about. You can play more freely in angles, and then you still have your Tracer alive. So, but it went the other way, and that's why it went the other way, the Runaway. Colosseo is Runaway's map pick, and I said even in the pre-show that this makes perfect sense for Runaway. Vigilante, Baptiste, high ground, gonna look good, and then, this is Mag figuring it out, because that's it was the big question for Runaway for several games and for several reasons. It even looked pretty shaky on control, but now Mag can just run Orisa. Orisa's great in Colosseo, so this makes perfect sense, because I guess Mag could run Winston if they had to play Esperanza, but this is a map that they've looked pretty good on so far.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And like on the other side, also Dongak sort of matching this tank battle, also picking Orisa in the middle. I like that adjustment. It wasn't perfectly enough to really flip everything around, because Prophet just had so much of a better thing. Do want to go back on Mag though, but I think his Orisa is really working well, because Zest is always opening up some extra space on the back or off to the side. So because Orisa slowly builds a space, right, from the tank line, but because Zest is also helping off somewhere else on the map, I think it's really helping Mag to actually slowly build up the attack.
I mean, the thing for Mag is, I mentioned a little bit yesterday too, before, some of the playmaking ability of Mag has shown today, was just don't make mistakes, just stay alive. Just stay alive. We just need you alive. We need the threat of the Orisa.
That's right.
And I think, for someone who's, when they started playing, was an enormous playmaking tank. It's been a small adjustment. But I think maybe there's an internal compromise of like, okay, as long as you play Orisa, most of the time, you get to play Reinhardt on King's Row 2nd or 3rd, right? We'll let you play Reinhardt on that one corner if you just play Orisa the rest of the time. But no, it's, in all seriousness, it's been really nice to see. On Yeti's side, it is, I think their damage dealers are doing just fine. It's not like it's been a huge gap. There have been moments of gappiness, but for the most, it's not like Zest is constantly beating Viper or anything like that. Knife has had enormous moments, but it's just the Runaway looks like a more complete, well-rounded, and practiced team.
Yes, from the cheerful, lots of Yeti fans in WDG studio. Yeti not really coming off with the map win yet, but DPS, as you have mentioned, contesting pretty well. But always have to talk about Prophet's Widow at the end. That I think really was a final nail in the coffin for that second map, Midtown. As we go into Colosseo, we might be needing some more extra time before we hop in. So we do have a lot more cheerfuls, and soon enough you will die to Lijiang, but he's actually the one falling a lot more from Runaway. That's one of the right cheerful. And lots of Korean memes out there.
For a second, I didn't know you were reading, and I thought you were threatening me.
No, that was just I'm just reading off of the cheerful.
Like I agreed with it. I'm like, eventually, I probably will eventually die to Lijiang. I don't know how, I don't know where, but I can see that happening. I can understand that. I can see the tea leaves telling me that.
No way. He's a nice guy. I've talked to him a couple of times. Only a couple of times, but
it'd be an honor.
And I think we are soon ready to go in. Certainly Runaway needs a maximum win 3-0, because next up they'll be fighting FTG and WAC. So we're talking some tough matches coming up for Runaway real soon. And Yeti, certainly you do want maximum map off of Runaway at this point, or maybe we can have some reverse sweep. I would like another some 3-2s happening tonight, just like last night.
Well, so we talked about the playoff implications and trying to get into that top 4, and it's, if Yeti drops a map or if they drop this match, right, they're already going to have 3 losses. And you're almost at the point where 4 losses almost definitely means you're out of the top 4, right? Those top 4 teams are not going to be dropping 4 matches. So it's critical. It's a must-have for Yeti unless they, otherwise they'll find themselves in the play-in. So a lot on the line still. Got to put it all together here, and Colosseo will be Yeti's chance to try to reverse sweep it.
Fighting from both teams, as we will see if Yeti can do it on Colosseo. And Mag on that Orisa, Donghak on that Ramatra. We're going back to those control team comps. And nothing critical as Prophet on Cassidy, Knife back on Soldier. And we're going to have some pushing in 14 seconds. Some neutral fights, Zest poking in and out. Some more barriers to block the damage from Donghak. As Maggie does have to keep himself right behind that robot or the wall. No neutral.
Prophet's gonna be a little bit careful. Knife's gonna definitely have the range advantage. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Prophet.
Sorry, Prophet. Caster cursed him.
He immediately cursed him. And pushing back all back near their own bridge. We'll get more further kills, and that Mag will be dropping immediately after that immortality field. It's going to be longer of a regroup for Runaway. We'll be able to push some good distance from the robot. And that is always the duty for Lucio.
Yeah, first fight is a coin flip can go either way. The critical fight is always second fight. So Yeti needs to win this fight to take control of the map. Oh, Prophet switches off of the cast and takes Knife down.
That's a revenge shot for sure. Delante, one more Prophet from the high ground. Some trading kills, but at the end, Runaway will have a lot more members left. So going back and forth. All right, that's a starter for push.
Okay, so interesting enough too, Yeti does not have the Baptiste, so a big difference in the support lines. Like I said, Vigilante's Baptiste on this map, if they can get a little bit of space and control, able to take high ground very easily with the Exo Boots. Runaway just gonna back up, give a little bit of space.
And here's Knife, looking forward. That's Knife potential once again. Behind the barrier to keeping himself alive. And that is the duty of Donghak. On the Ramatra. Yeah, this robot actually having a robot dance in the middle. False bomb, not finding the right target on both. Both Celeste and Viper, not really finding the kill early on. Coalescence, a lot of ults ready. There's a window pop up. Coalescence. And barrier from Bliss. Wants to press this. Yes, response. Okay. Thought that will actually be going towards Yeti. It's actually Runaway finding the kill early on first. Prophet does respond on Viper.
Yeah, they're gonna have to back out now. Now Runaway is going to take the lead rather easily. That's not where you expected Knife to be.
Yeah, these DPSs, their talents are just amazing. Oh, what a close one there too. Lijiang barely
not even close. Not even worried about it, says Lijiang. Another walk apart. Meanwhile, Yeti is grab the cart behind this. Robots, payload, everything's a cart to me. So.
Yep, and Prophet with the robot. Early 2 kills and finding a third. Get the forward and the entire team wipe, but Mad Zest will be getting those finishing touches. And a reverse now.
Yeah, back to it, trying to get some more progress. I think there's going to be another fight before at least forward spawns are unlocked, but the Annihilation, I mean, it just shows you the difference between the highest levels, because it's the pros don't even care when Annihilation is popped. It gets very little value.
Unless you can add like a nano Annihilation, then we're talking a different story.
Runaway's done a good job of just not really taking bad fights here. It almost seems like they're happy with their 15-meter lead. If they win another fight, based on how far they've already pushed, they should be able to get second point.
Yeah, after
or first
those skirmishes, always coming back towards the middle ground. Robots back in the middle. I guess Runaway about 60 meters lead, but not by a big margin. Vigilante ready up with the Matrix soon enough, as both teams really looking for that window of opportunity to find the kill. Oh, that's a snipe onto the knife.
Prophet's coming alive here.
And Lijiang will have that sound barrier for the next fight. Good news for Runaway. Finally, it seems like they can have some better pushing moments. Maybe on
They've been playing so
point.
patient, and they don't really want to play the main mid-fight long hallway because there's going to be a shield advantage for Knife, so that puts Prophet at the disadvantage. And also, they know Irony's been sitting on Coalescence, and Coalescence firing down the long hallway is not ideal. So they've been playing these flanks and waiting for someone to take one step out of position and punishing it.
Almost falls out. Survives with the Mentality Field. Viper still says that is not enough to keep yourself alive with those punches. 2 kills already. Viper Blizz. And the entire team should be coming through soon enough. Lijiang says, I want to survive, but that's just going to be longer of a respawn. Yes.
Die on cart. Again, everything to me is a cart. I don't know why. Why no why is I?
The robot
Came up
for
playing.
the push.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
it's
TF2
always
made everything a cart to me forever now, so it doesn't
everything's
matter.
a cart,
Payload.
everything's a payload.
Yeah.
It's all the same as long as you're pushing and doing the job.
It's such a patience play from Runaway. They're trying not to like get in bad spots, and they're just happy to take their 10 meters at a time here. Again,
The Lock Dead was already focused, and Runaway pushing one step at a time, even though they have been winning. Almost saying that man wants to fight around this middle point, as if they don't really want to contest near the bridge at all.
this is almost like when you have to piecemeal a hybrid map and take one tick at a time on like Blizzard World or Eichenwald. Just be like, we're fine with one tick. They've been fine with 2 meters at a time.
No, pulse bomb goes wide. Zest gets punched from Viper.
Melee confirmed. Again, the Runaway's fine with this. There's only 3 minutes left. Yeti needs to win probably 2 fights before they're even going to tie it up. And so Runaway is just fine giving up half a fight here, half a fight there.
Yeah, the other teams, they're really not pressing the big red button yet. Just pressing the mini keyboard side buttons for now. As Matrix with that rotation. Prophet looking for that overclock kill. Knife is trying to respond with his own overclock. No kills yet. There's some exchange. Knife finding one. Viper going down on the other side. Going up with the annihilation with the block. Not enough blocks to keep himself. Oh, actually, he does manage to survive out of all that damage. So save is real.
Why won't you die?
I know, that Ramatra surviving for such a long time.
Wow, it's the Moira. It's the Moira behind, just kind of heal botting right there, I guess is the way to say it. And I don't think they were getting DPS damage in, so they weren't getting the negative modifier. So that's one of the reasons. But again, Runaway, super patient. They're letting Yeti try to set up these fights. They're letting Yeti come in and then the punish. They have won about 4 fights and taken 20 meters total off of these 4 fights.
They're not even trying to get the point. This is their gameplay. They're trying to fight here and win the game.
Yeah.
This is their battleground, and they have been winning off of Zest always. Oh, there's that pulse bomb finally from Zest. No sound barrier, so we'll be able to buy a lot more time. Less than 2 minutes that we're talking now for Yeti, and only Coalescence available. So
I think even I could have stuck a pulse bomb. I even could have stuck that pulse bomb. They were all grouped up. It was a giant clump of Yeti.
No shot. Prophet dead, but Zest responds, and that's a dead Moira now on the back. They want to press that sound barrier and have that 4v4. Robot gone. So now we're talking less than 130. Runaway still contesting near that robot. The center point.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go back and taxi this. Runaway's gonna be really cautious because they know that they're in one of the worst spots to be pushing because the high ground right above them, they could just get death rained on them and they can get dropped on it any second.
There's Mac. Trying to have that big Parasurge moment. Move this back.
Just gonna leave. Later, guys.
Don't want to contest where it doesn't favor you. Going all the way back to the center.
What? Yeti has to win every single fight from here on out. Because of the way the payload is, and because we're under a minute, they have to win at least 2 fights in a row. So Yeti's gonna probably fire off Coalescence. There it is.
They're starting off with that. Runaway, trying to respond. Maybe not really going to even respond. Okay, Matrix, there's a Terra Surge at least. The 2, Irony down. But all the tools mostly gone from Yeti. They do have to make this push, but response from DJ God and the Prophet overclock. Later timing, and Yeti might have spent a little too much at everything, with just 20 seconds left now.
Yeah, I mean, you have to there, because if you don't win that fight, you probably lose the map. You see they're in a really tough position. Runaway answered every ultimate with an ultimate in kind, and also the Terra Surge was really nice to slow things down. Yeti has to be perfect, otherwise they lose 0-3.
Has to make a touchdown, Runaway. The robot, here's Knight with the overclock. Kills Zest looking for the right target. Dongak finds one, back to respawn. Zest, can you find the better target? Knife from the room finds Vigilante off that field. So here is Yeti finally on the robot, so they can continue to push. Okay, Dongak finding Jest. That will help a little bit. Someone has to be touching the point. My God. Could be big. As this robot is pretty far away from the spawn. Dongak in the front line next to the robot. Has Annihilation to keep himself alive. Mac right next to him. Take some time. Make sure everyone's in the field. Here is going to press the button, but yes, finds Irony on the back. One member down. Dongak trying to block. He's blocked forever.
All alone, and there's no healing. There's no healing. And once Irony dies, Dongak dies immediately. You know that's going to happen. There's no way you can keep a up when your Moira dies.
Runaway with a 3-0 victory. That Colosseo, the game plan worked perfectly in their hands.
One of the most patient-looking push maps I have ever seen. They got an advantage. They never really pressed it too hard. They'd win a fight and take 10 meters. Because also, you know, that where that second point is, the defender's advantage is so huge. You're coming out of spawn on the bridge above the other team. So unless Prophet is sitting up there knowing that he's going to hit 3 shots down the gap as they come out of spawn, then you're always going to be in trouble. And also, since since Yeti's running a Ramatra, they're probably going to come out, throw a shield at you, and then what's Prophet going to do? Absolutely nothing. So they just took 5 meters here, 5 meters there. They never really fought in a long hallway because, again, the Ramatra shield gives their Sojourn a huge advantage over Prophet. So why take a 1v like 0? You can't shoot anyone through the shield. So just really well played. They always took that side angle. Zest controlled that side. He was able to hit pulse bomb after pulse bomb. A really interesting masterclass in strategy on Colosseo from Runaway.
Yeah, and the player of the match will be Mag, the tank. And certainly, Runaway had clear game plans, and this is certainly a growing team. We had a lot of different Runaways in the past, and the storyline was always some good game plan. The help from the coaching staff, a team that builds up through the series, through the season. And I think we're seeing that through the Runaway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for Mag. Much lauded. You know, full disclosure, I didn't vote for Mag for player of the match, but I was the only one not to. I voted for Vesta. just letting everyone know. I don't love the voting system. It's okay. I'm totally fine with Mag. It's just maybe some biases of watching Mag make some weird switches and weird plays, but it seems like that is going away. It's getting less and less. There's no denying that the Orisa play, especially on Midtown, was one of the deciding factors of why they were able to win that map. He was able to shut down many of the threats that were coming into Runaway, and really seems to understand it. I think that you got to give the coaching staff and the rest of the team a ton of credit of playing around Mag's strengths on the Orisa, picking maps that favor the Orisa. So as much as, if you've watched the last couple days, I've always kind of reverted to my biggest question is with Mag, getting a little bit of the answers now. I'd like to see a little more sample size and maybe against a tougher tank mirror opponent, because the Ramatra was a little strange, but for now, Mag, take your player of the match.
When he's up for the challenge, because there will be higher seeded teams going up against Runaway soon enough, like FTD and WAC. And when he's put up for the test, And when that hero pool is really being challenged by different maps, by the opponent, will this be the same? Well, against Yeti, it looked totally fine. He's getting the player of the match, but I think we're realistically talking about the futures, what this player can do against better seeded teams. If he can still manage to pull off at those scenes, I will certainly press my button for player of the game once again. I voted for Matt. And we do have the interview ready. Quest, are you ready? Can you take the mic away?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am back with the second POTM interview of the day. I think that the interview is about to start. So
네, 오늘 준비된 두 번째 경기 러너웨이와 예티의 경기 중에서 오늘 승리는 러너웨이가 차지했습니다. 축하드립니다.
Runaway taking the 3 Overwatch
네, 승리
against
축하드립니다.
Yeti
자,
today.
오늘 승리팀 러너웨이의 POTM은 매그 선수가 차지했는데요. 매그
And
선수
we have
자기소개
Mac on
부탁드려요.
stage. Please introduce yourself.
러너웨이에서 탱커를 맡고 있는
And I am the tank for Runaway,
네,
Mac.
자 객석에서 귀엽다라는 얘기가 마구 들려오고 있는데
Some people from the crowd saying he's cute.
하겠습니다. 자, 1세트부터 정말 박빙이었죠. 자, 매
From map
경기마다
1, it was a very it was a nail biter of a series. So please tell us how the match went for you.
오늘 조금 마이크 이슈나 이런 게 있었는데
There was a bit of an audio issue.
에서도 그 접전 상황에서 되게 저희가 운 좋게 좀 승리의 신이 좀 저희한테
And I think the Lady of the Luck was on our side today in terms of fights because they were very close.
잘 해주셨잖아요. 네, 그렇죠. 그런데 1세트 막판에 예티의 C9이 나왔어요. 게임이 그냥
And
끝나버렸는데
at the very end of map 1, we obviously saw the C9 from Yeti.
팀이 이제 저희 팀 바티스트인가 소전을 잡으러 가고 있었는데
And Yeti was trying to get our Baptiste for Sojourn.
제가 이제 거점 쪽에서 풍차 돌리면서 막으려고 해서
But
C9을 했어요.
at the point, I was trying to
네.
C9
take control. So I think that's what caused the C9 from
또
Yeti.
제가 가장 궁금했던 것 중에 하나, 그리고 시청자분들도 궁금한 것 중에 하나가 1세트 중반에
And in the middle of the during map 1, we saw Mauga. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
이게 저희가 스크림 데이터에서
According to our scrim data,
아마추어 상대로 마우가가 좋다는 얘기가 나왔어서
we saw that we heard that Mauga is actually pretty good against Ramaltra. So that's why I pulled it out. And I think it's pretty good against
네,
him.
이런 속 시원한 피드백 아주 좋습니다. 자, 그런데 이번 대회 첫 POTM 오늘
This is your first POTM of the tournament.
마우가와 오리사 둘 중에
If
뭘로
you had to choose Mauga between Mauga and Orisa, who would you choose?
오리사로 받은 것 같습니다.
And I think I received the POTM today because of my performance on Orisa.
굉장했죠.
네, 자 해설위원들 머리에도 물음표가 그려졌었고 우리 시청자분들 머리에도 물음표를 그려줬던 아주 임팩트 있는 팩이었습니다. 굉장히 재밌었어요. 자, 매 경기마다 심장이 쫄깃하게 마무리하고 계십니다.
And every match for Runaway is a nail biter.
근데 저희는 더 힘들지만 이렇게
So isn't it tiring?
팬분들은 더
And
재밌으실 것
yeah,
같아서
it is a little tiring
그건
that
좋네요.
the series or the games have been a bit of a nail biter, but from the fan experience, I think it's a very fun one.
이런 접전 상황 가면은 러너웨이에서는 왠지 안 질 것 같아서
I think that in close nail biter situations like this, it feels like I won't lose on Runaway.
자, 끝날 때까지 끝난 게
Well,
아니다.
with the Runaway
경기를
squad,
계속해서
so
보여주고 계신데
please
오늘
keep cheering
러너웨이의
on for
매그
us.
선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
And that was the interview with
다시
Mac.
한번 축하드려요.
Thank you very much, and I will hand it back to the casters.
네, 저희는 잠시 쉬는 시간 가지고
Thank you,
오늘
Quest.
마지막
As
경기
finally we
포커페이스.
heard the reason behind Mauga. Did that better moments? It seemed like they had better scrim result. Didn't really have a better result on the stage. We got one more match left from Korea. That will be Pokerface versus Genesis coming up next. Guys, go get your sandwich and come back for the last game of the day.
think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
And welcome back, everyone, to Champions Series Korea. We do have the last match left for the day. My name, of course, I'm G Clef with Hex. And man, that Cowboy Bebop intro, whenever that is being played. If you have never watched Cowboy Bebop, like Hex, then you certainly do not have your life completed, but you can always go check out, and maybe you can check out the movie first and then watch the entire series.
I'll give it a shot. I'm not against it. I just, I watch other stuff. And so, I'm not against it. Apparently everyone loves it. So apparently I'm missing out. It's my fault. I'll look at it. I'll see if I like it. It's allegedly a space Western. I like Firefly. So maybe if it's along those kind of things, and then maybe I'll be into it. But it's neither here nor there. It's great that Overwatch is collaborating with things like, like I said, it's a good way to print some money. But this next match means almost everything. Pokerface versus Genesis. Pokerface sitting in 5th place, I believe, right now at 2-2. They've beaten the teams they're supposed to beat. I guess in air quotes, but not really. They've beaten Vesta and they've beaten Sinprissa. But they have lost to the teams that, well, I guess they're supposed to lose to. 0-3 versus Falcons, 0-3 versus Yeti. On the other side of things, Genesis got whacked by Whack. Can't not say that. 0-3 versus them. And then obviously the match last night versus Runaway, which they had in the palm of their hands, and then they kind of had to give it away. So sitting at 0-2 now for Genesis. I don't think it's too much of a hyperbole to say this is a must win, because after Pokerface, they have Falcons. Then they get a nice little reprieve with Vesta and Sinprissa, but then finish out the season with Yeti and FTG. So a must win for Genesis. Pokerface trying to take the next step. They're the best of the low tier, and they need to beat a team that that is a stronger team, a team that we expect in the playoffs.
Yeah, Pokerface having a lot of their members coming from the contenders last year from Korea. And from Genesis, though, I think they do have 0-2. Only 2 matches. Other teams have played 3 matches, 4 matches, but this team, they're low in the standings because they only played 2 matches out of the 8. They still have 6 more, including today, 6 more matches to be played. And we're looking into a lot of wins. I think what they're looking for realistically is at least 4 wins or more. Coming up from the last 6 matches that they have remaining, because they do have FTG and Falcons to go through. So today against Pokerface, they're really looking for the maximum map win, like a 3-0, if they can manage to do so.
Beyond that, it's going to be really important for them to get right, as it were, after just a heartbreaking loss. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. We had tears on the stage. Like, that's how heartbreaking that loss was. And it wasn't necessarily a heartbreaking loss because of Circuit Royale, which obviously was pretty one-sided because Profit just won that map. However, the heartbreaking part was I think it was in Flashpoint. They had a shot, and we all know how they had a shot. Like, I think Teru was beating himself up about using beat in the last fight. Like, they had it, and you could tell like it crushed them. So you have to move on, you have to put it behind you, and you have to get right with this game. But Pokerface is not an easy team to beat. Yes, a lot of these players came from contenders last year, but there's a lot of Overwatch League experience, a lot of experience at the highest levels from this roster.
Well, good teams continue to play what they do best, but better teams improve on their mistakes. And after last night, the tears were coming down on the stage. You could see that off of the background behind Runaway too. And Genesis, will that be enough? Can they really have that upgrade? We do have Pokerface up first here. The 5 players starting today, whether that is either Finale or Peppy. Will be starting as the tank. Proud Becky. This team, 2 wins, 2 losses so far. But they got some really strong teams coming up. After Genesis, they were playing WAC, Runaway, and FTG. So their maximum has to be pulled out on this stage right now, because as we go through for Pokerface, it'll only get harder from on.
Yeah, and this Genesis team is a squad that you really have to check their damage dealers as well, because not only is Choice1 versatile and great and been a bright spot on a lot of pretty poor teams that he's been on, but Decay can take over a match. Decay can absolutely take over a match at any level against the highest competition in the world. Even their very first match, Decay was crushing. It's just a matter of getting everything else to work around them, in sync, etc. They've got the talent to win this match, and it'd be an upset if Pokerface does win it. Here's the Pokerface starting roster. Of course, they have Becky waiting in the wings on damage. The tank, Peppy. We might have seen a little bit of Jasmine, but it's mostly been Peppy. Sorry. I think Jasmine played the Junker Queen for this team. Simple and Faith is an interesting play. Iris has been out for the last couple of matches for this team, at least last match. So they've got a lot of versatility because they have a deep roster.
Yes, they do. They do have some players who can actually even change roles. If I recall back to the Contenders days. And it will be a Proud Finale, Peppy, Simple Fate starting. And let's see if this is enough. Yes, Hex?
Proud has been great for this team. He's had enormous plays, is going to be a really good tracer. Decay has played this tracer for this team, as has Choice1, so they have versatility there. It really depends. If they want to run a Cassidy tracer, then it's going to be Decay on the Cass and Choice1 on the tracer, but some versatility on the squad as well. Kalios is a tank that for many, many years I've overrated. I'm past my overrating Kalio stage. Rock solid tank. And then it's really the support lines that you have to look at that need to step up. Obviously, some players that have not always played main supports, and so just getting used to the role and looking for the bounce back after, like I said, it was just a brutal loss yesterday. This is a good get-right game. Beyond that, though, if they lose this game, they are 0-3, and you can almost kiss going to the top 4 goodbye.
Yes, and Genesis, because of that loss, I think that 4th place decider could have been made last night. Of course, we have a lot more matches to play, but that was a real contest between the Runaway. But Genesis certainly might be the team that can still pull it off after that loss. We do have the coaching staff ready to go on the stage, which means Quest, you can take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am back with the final team rep interview of today. We have the 2 team reps from Pokerface and Genesis. And this is Blue House from. He's the head coach for Pokerface. And on Genesis side, we have Kalios, the team captain, and the tank.
먼저 포커페이스 팀에게 여쭙겠습니다. 자, 오늘
For
경기 결과에
Pokerface,
따라서 성적이 상위권으로 가느냐 아니면
Today's
하위권으로
match
가느냐가
determines you're standing towards the top or the bottom. How confident are you in your victory today?
당연히 승리를 생각을 하고 왔고
We're obviously thinking about the win today,
좀 아는 선수분들이 좀 많아서
and we
더
have
많이
some
좀 준비할
players
수
on the other
있을 것
team that
같아요. 좀 기대해도 좋을 것 같습니다.
we know of, so
네, 상대팀에게 약간
fans can
연대
expect some good stuff.
압박도 넣었나요?
뭐 그렇지는 않았는데 일단 좀 그래도 이야기를 좀 많이 하고
And has the team talked about some of the players on the other side? And the head coach says no. The next question for Genesis. There was a player who shed tears after the loss against Runaway yesterday. So will he be able to shed some tears of joy today? And they say the pain of not being able to die will make me smile. So I will make sure that I will lead the team to victory today.
자, 마지막은 공통 질문 드리도록 하겠는데요.
And this question goes for both teams.
정확하고 좀 예리한 답변 부탁드립니다. 자, 먼저 포커페이스의 블루하스님, 우리 팀에서
For
이
Bluehouse.
선수 만만하게 보면 안 된다.
Which player should not be
약간
underestimated
견제와
on our
각오의
team?
한마디 부탁드려요.
일단은 당연히 프라우드 선수라고
I
생각하고요.
would say proud for sure.
그 같은 포지션에 있는 DK 선수와 좀 부딪힐 것
And
같은데.
I think that he will go head to head against DK. So
기대해도 좋겠다.
please
이렇게
expect
말씀해
some
주셨나요?
fiery matchup.
네, 알겠습니다. 자, 다음으로는 칼리오스님.
And for Kalios,
부탁드립니다.
사실 DK 선수가 제일 저는 기대되긴 하는데
I think that
테루 선수가
DK
어제 이를 악물고 1인칭도 보고 피드백 많이 했기 때문에 오늘은 테루 선수에게 좀 기대를 많이 해주셔도 좋을 것
DK
같고
is obviously the player to look at, but for Terra
네,
is
오늘
the
경기 관건 중에 하나가
the player to
루시우
keep an eye
차이 보는
on.
재미도 있을 것 같네요. 자, 그렇다면 지금까지 포커페이스의 블루하스
And that was the interview with Pokerface's Bluehouse and Genesis's Kalios. So Matt Vito, back to the casters.
Thank you, Quest. And Kalios. That's him saying, "What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger." Aha! He certainly didn't die on stage yesterday.
The pain to not die. I'm like, yeah, too real. Me IRL for sure. All right, so here's our map set that we're going to see. Always look at the first three. No real big surprises, I suppose. Lijiang Tower has been the most played control map by far. Midtown seems to be coming a lot more into favor. Esperanza, Suravasa, and Shambali. So if we get to Suravasa, Genesis will be looking for the run back on that one after last evening. But yeah, I mean, you heard it. Like the Proud versus Decay matchup is going to be definitely one to watch here, as both Proud has, in my opinion, been pretty easily the best player on Pokerface so far.
Yes, let's see if Proud can actually pull this off with some good DPS lineup on the other side, especially against DK and Chesewan, who has been having some really good moments, even against yesterday, even against Prophet, and the DPS lineup from Runaway. That was quite a show. So Proud and Finale has to really pop off, and we're going to start things from Lijiang Tower, as that is Genesis picking the map. I wonder what they have in plan here.
Yeah, I always think of Choi Se-won and why it's so impressive is being on the Valiant team when Valiant moved over to the APAC region. Hey, it's Jake Lyon!
Oh, it's Jake! Hey, Jake! And that's Unknown right next to him, too. Jake visiting the
VIP
studio?
is up top. Yeah. What's it like to not be working today, guys? Must be nice to take it in. Anyway, I'm sure they'll hear that and come back to me at it. Obviously, great members of the Overwatch community for the longest time. Jake, I dislike Jake because he's good at everything. He's like now he's
also
like fluent
good
in Korean. Like, yes, there's a myriad of different reasons to dislike Jake. But obviously, I've worked with him as Towns before, and known him as a player for a long time. So great to see Jake out here in Korea enjoying it with our good friend Unknown up top. So hopefully, Genesis versus Pokerface can provide a great matchup for our VIP spectators.
Yeah, VIP spectators all the way in the back. I don't know if that's actually the VIP seat or not.
Those are probably the best seats, right? Like, there's no one behind you kicking your chair, no one, throwing popcorn at you or anything. get to see over everybody.
Oh, of course, everyone's a nice audience here. We're not kicking chairs anywhere.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's my American sensibility. Our public is unruly.
Hey, we have the esports manner, okay? Everyone coming down to the studio with some nice popcorn from the theater that you can get from first floor, and then we all have manners, all right?
What is that? Tell me what that says.
Oh, that's get stronger, Roro no Ateru. That's a One Piece reference. I will not lose twice. I will never lose twice. Yeah, of course, Zoro reference from One Piece. He ends up becoming stronger every single time, every single episode, just like a Shonen Jump story.
Yep, I've heard of One Piece.
Hey, you've heard of One Piece? Come on, man. Time to catch up.
I've heard of
It's 2025 or 2024. I'm living in the future, man.
It's one of the longest running series.
It
right?
is. It is.
Yeah.
Bleach.
Yeah, I know
came
a little
back.
bit. I'm not completely ignorant of the culture around anime, or at least. So so both these teams, like I said, they have options to sub people in and out. One of the interesting ones is that Iris is on the bench. Iris. We've yet to. I think the funny story about that is, I think 1 year we were all calling him Iris, and then after halfway through the year, he came to somebody in talent and said, "Can you call me Iris?"
Right?
He started changing it, and I think the person who he told's response was like, "No, it's too late. You had your chance."
It's too late. What do you mean?
So we're already been calling you Iris all year. But they definitely have their options there, and then also you've got Jasmine sitting on the bench for Pokerface. I know it's early in the
Western Hemisphere
the round here, but this is a critical match for both squads.
It will be a hectic one for both sides. Let's hear the team chant. All right, the fans are ready. Pokerface versus Genesis. This is an important match for both teams. Here we go, Lijiang Tower, game 1. And with Genji. All right,
let's go, Decay. Let's do it. It's because it's this stage. Control Center it lends itself to different stuff. I guess is the best way to say it.
And Simple immediately picked off after the field was gone. This push way too fast.
And now you have to wonder if Pokerface is going to go all the way back and make some changes, or they're going to try to run into it. Nope, definitely making some changes over to the Sigma, over to the Sojourn.
To respond nicely, here's Finale. And here's still with the Bastion. Finale poking the back. Not enough to find the kill yet, but some damage has been done. Faith is picked off by Teru. Keeps Genesis alive with 5-man squad for now. Pokerface, after losing one, still contesting on the point little bit. But I see you.
Yeah,
that was just not enough after losing Faith.
Happy is all alone. So really what you have to do against this Genji comp, or not Genji comp, Bastion comp, because Genji's there too, as Chose Juan reminds Finale. You have to beat it once, right? Because once it's set up, it's really hard, but it's really hard to get set up again. So they have to find a way to beat it once. And right now, usually teams will run something a little bit different. You can run a Genji of your own into the Bastion comp. Window.
First,
a lot of damage.
Yep, 40k actually goes. Oh, okay, the field keeping him alive. Nice save by Maka there, and was able to even get the kill from Proud. So this one's surely two. Ooh, that was 1 HP Finale. That was close. The base
going back the other way.
Finally be able to get the flip.
Time. Die on the point. Buy some time. The rest is not going to escape, so you're either going to die on the point to get yourself 2 seconds, or you're going to die on the way back home anyway. So here's the question. Yes, it's been answered before I even ask it. Is Decay going to stay on this? And we're going to see a Bastion ultimate unless Finale has something to say about it.
Oh, well.
Bastion ult.
We're seeing that. We're hearing that sound. And Pokerface, of course, backing off. Here's Genji with the blade. Really find the right target. Has a deflect. Gets healed out. That was a great save by Simple, but just not enough. With that amount of power, Faith, that sound barrier maybe a little too late.
It's not terrible though, because Teru beat it as well, so it's not the worst barrier in the world. It is still not going to win them the fight, but it will buy a little bit of percentage at the very least. Okay, alright, what's going on? Now Proud has gone over to the Genji, meanwhile Decay is off of the Genji.
Oh yeah.
Or, I keep saying Genji, I mean Bastion.
Yeah, you mean Bastion, right? Now Proud on Sojourn, but we talk about Genji comp, but what's a Genji comp? It's just any comp with Genji on, right? Well, the Smaka fighting a kill on for Proud, immediately picked off, and that will be Pokerface not really having much of a chance. Here's Finale trying to make something work.
Any touchers? Can anyone get to the point? Yes, they have a Tracer. Creeping around.
97%.
Teru. That's fine.
Picking up Pep B, that will be even a longer drag. Can they really have anyone touching the point? They can, but
they'll get there.
What's it gonna cost for them? There's Genji diving in, and just one deflect. For some contest on the side. Window up, Maka. And it's Proud finding a kill into Orisa. Pokerface coming back here with the Matrix. There's a flip.
Should be able to have it, yeah. Wow. Huge clutch fight. I mean, the moment that Proud slid in just to touch point, I thought it was over, but got really nice support from Faith. They both ended up hanging over on the edge, and both able to stay alive there. So, clutch play. Peppy now on the Doom Fist, but
he has a stay on Doom Fist.
Over to the Zarya.
Yeah, and there is the Zarya bubble.
We've seen about 15 different heroes so far in this single stage.
Yes, including all the DPS, and that Genji is still there. It's gone finally, and here's DK with the power slate and the overclock. Overkill, and the Faith is sniped out. With the Faith, where the remaining 4 as DK snipes once again. And on the other side of the field, Finale does some work, but not enough to contest. And here's the Blade, just for the fashion, for the remaining Lucio, or the Tracer out there. And that's Finale going down. Genesis will be able to secure, unless there's a further touch. Just for the fashion, there's the beat, and the pause.
The beat was so strong that it paused the server. A cathartic beat from Teru.
Yeah, too much wave.
They will take the first stage. Really interesting. I mean, Control Center has been so weird lately with all of the Bastion play. That's such a strange moment that they finally forced the other team off the Bastion, and then there was going to be a Bastion on the other side. I believe Genesis has some sort of sound issue.
Okay, sound issue with the win. So that's a great start for Genesis. And did also see right before going into the first map, I think that was I believe it was Kalios and one of the DPS, was it Chesewan or DK? Like switching their mouse pads for some reason.
Well, all smiles on the side of Genesis, which is good to see after the agony of the defeat last night. So good for them. It's nice momentum. Pokerface still made some good plays. I mean, I thought that was over when it was about 99 overtime and the overtime wick was burning down. Able to clutch it out just with the slide onto the point. So there's still some good stuff happening here.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, Control overall as a map type is always so hard to gather information on, but Control Center specifically on Lijiang Tower just lends itself to the goofiest stuff. Here's my forward bet is if we see Junkrat at all, it will be in Control. It will be in Control Center. No, I'm saying we're not going to see it, but if we were, it would be right here.
Didn't Junkrat get a slight buff in the previous patch, or was that the patch before? But we really care about Junkrat at this competition.
But I'm only using it to illustrate the point that this particular stage on Lijiang Tower lends itself to some very weird strategies.
Yes, there are lots of walls and angles where you can use Junkrat, but of course you've said it out loud, but never try on competition at this high level. And next stage, it does seem like we have unpaused that we are going into our second stage here.
Genesis is going to rush the point, I think. Yes, with the Mei, you want to rush the point and use wall.
And potentially look for that isolation. Chesewan on that Mei. And we do have slower rotation coming through for Pokerface. For that poke, try to not get isolated by the wall. Here is Orisa making it in. And now they off the side. Always bothering the backline supports. Javelin not really landing on any target. Peppy trying to look for that distance. First point capped by Genesis because of that reason. And here's Decay.
I didn't even notice. Yeah, Decay stayed on the Symmetra. Usually
right.
I ignore it because, well, the Symmetra's here for the teleporter, but the beam comes through and Decay will fall. I don't think Decay will stay on this, but who knows? It's Decay.
Yeah, maybe didn't really want to change. Okay, staying on that sim for now, and just want to buying further time because they do have the first cap.
Yeah, you stay on the sim if you were going to stay on the Mei because it's one of the best ways to get back in, and that can be an issue with this Mei setup. And because they're so close to Blizzard, you want to stay on the Mei. So it's just a matter of are they going to try to teleport up top? Are they going to rotate left or right? It's a composition that's interesting. It could throw a team off. Let's see if Finale can find the bomb.
Yeah, you can certainly have that top drop rotation with the Blizzard. Instead, they are going straight in from the main entrance for now. That's a stuck pulse bomb. Mentality field for Maka. And the Terra Surge looks pretty good. That's a dead Mei. Blizzard saved with the Matrix up from both sides. This is still going for that big contest. Occasion off to the side. Pokerface, they do have the flip. Put the barrier up from Decay. They do want to contest on the point.
That should buy him some time, and then you do not underestimate those turrets. Teru with a two-piece.
Oh, oops, and gone. Faith with the boot. Nicely done. Colosseo on the side. Hello. And eventually booped off again.
What is happening?
Everyone fighting off angle, not on the point.
There's a big pile of bodies down there. Genesis was in control at that point for it most of the time, and the barrier was huge, cuts the team in half, and Decay making this Sim work. And Sim is a character you'll almost only see on this map with this kind of setup. Meanwhile, Pokerface is going to have to find a way to push into a squad with these turrets set up and with a Blizzard on the ready.
Oh, Decay not in the barrier. Caught there. Blizzard has to be dropped early. And Finale copy on the box piece. Extra damage and the heal. The fighting on point. Pokerface does have the percentage. We're almost matching in that number now.
Okay, gonna give up the ghost here. We'll see what Chosewan goes to. It probably is gonna be a tracer. Yeah. So a little bit of value out of it. It was weird because they never really got the proper setup that you want with everybody alive because there were early pickoffs on either Mei or Symmetra, but they did get some percentage. But we're down to final fight for Genesis, and Genesis now with this changes that have come through on their damage and their tank lines are gonna have the coverage there. There's back at spawn.
Yeah, even worse. Because we're talking less than 10% now.
No, it's
with basically no ults, no Kalios either. And maybe they can touch the point, but can they really have the battle?
Well,
hold on. Chosewan, Teru. Those two kills might just be able to get them the point lit. Then Teru,
really
what is happening from the Lucio? Oh! Are we sure this Lucio is a support? Oh man.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm straight up rooting for Teru after last night. So whatever Teru gets done, I'm fine with it. Wow, what a clutch play. Maka also had a great window. They're putting so much effort into diving Maka, and the immortality fields have been on point.
Yeah, a little early to call for the player of the match yet. There's Matrix from Simple. We're back onto point. Genesis, losing a lot of members on the way. But still Teru. What just happened?
Teru got them both. I don't think it's gonna matter though.
Just fix the camera on Teru so we can have some highlights. And Chosewan wants that one back, but still, this is Pokerface.
Kalios went to ball. Can Kalios touch?
Okay. Oh, just not enough. Not in time. And Pokerface will be getting one on the board. Now we are going for the final map of Lijiang. Man.
Okay, we're gonna go to Gardens, which in my opinion is the most honest of the stages for Lijiang Tower. You're usually not going to see weird setups like we've seen the last couple of times on both Control Center, which leads towards it, and then even Night Garden to an extent, as you can see that Mei Sim setup is definitely an option as far as strategies go. I don't think there's any way that Decay actually plays that far. Would have loved to see it, but not going to happen.
Yep, not after the changes.
Yeah, and then the Sim is just to get them out.
Just for the teleporter?
Yeah,
and
I thought it was the first time. So.
I don't think you should be staying this time. Yep, back to Tracers. There's Cassidy Tracers
so
on both sides. And here is Orisa again. For Pepe, Kalios still sticking with that Sigma. Off to the side, there's that Mortality Field early up to keep him alive, but not Decay, and not the rest of the members from Genesis. That's early picks happening from Pokerface. Oh, not enough blinks. Says goodbye.
It's really hard to take that fight in that room against an Orisa composition, because Orisa just has so much better area control and area denial than a Sigma does. Sigma's much more of a poke tank. So once they started taking the brawl in that room, they were just going to get spun and bullied into the corner. Now it's always a method of, or a question rather, of how are you going to gain entry through this room without taking way too much damage on the way in. Oh, that's a shot.
Ooh, from Decay. Opening up. Having better angles now. The field also gone. Kalios will have easier time pushing this line. Will be the next to fall. Proud. And we're just talking remainders. And Genesis finally having the flip. 35%. Not too bad, as they were able to keep some of the ultimates ready for them.
Yeah, once you're able to take out the Lucio, you're able to really put the pressure on because there's no disengagement option. You just have the better speed. The biggest reason Lucio's been a staple in the meta since the beginning of Overwatch is the speed boost, right? The boop is not...
Oh, that was nice save. Nice. Okay, we'll continue here as point flip, Proud doing a lot more work. Oh, you mentioned he gets picked on immediately with that. And the battle from Teru. Watch this guy.
Oh, it's a bloodbath. Alright, Genesis continues to hold the point. Now Pokerface, the onus is on them to try to find a way in. So Pokerface with the Orisa, you can possibly come over the bridge if you want. You're not forced to go through White Room because you can deny the boop, but White Room is definitely safer. They're going to take that angle. Let's see where we are as far as windows. Now we're pretty even on support ultimates.
Heavy. Just to stay with the 45. Tracers trying to have some damage here. Terra Surge, but the barrier keeping Genesis alive. Good push away. Faith there, catching Decay at least. Some trade backs, but not enough as Genesis the members are going to be falling left and right. Only the Tracer, ooh, having at least. Wait, hold up a second. That was a pulse bomb. Catching two at least.
Yeah, Finale is gonna try to get out if Blink's come up, not gonna happen.
Man,
it's gonna add another.
This guy's on fire today.
I mean, that's probably been Teru's least impressive kill, but you take it. The crowd's obviously on Teru's side. It's the Chose 1 triple is just beautiful. Final fight here for Pokerface, final fight for the map.
Just have to hold this. No one really close to any ultimates yet, as here's Kalios with that Doomfist, has the punch. Can't be able to sustain the block. Is there to reduce the damage. They do the same off of the side. Without the field gone from Maka. 99%. We're looking into last fight territory here. Simple with the Matrix. But I'm not catching him, but Decay will be going down after getting a kill. Pepe's still alive. Proud finds another, and Pepe getting kitchen Kilios. So Pokerface will be able to get one back, and the flip is made, but still a long way to go.
Okay. Kalios, I think, thought about switching for a moment, will decide to stay back on the Sigma. I think Orisa's better, but Kalios might not have the same comfort level on the hero. So with 63% and how long these fights are taking, this is the fight for the map. Oh, didn't check your corner, have to use recall early.
Early, did I? Proud with the sound barrier.
And
yeah, everyone running away. Finds no target. Sigma covering everything. Here's Chose 1 looking for a sweet spot. Onto Pepe, and that will be a double actually onto Finale too. But the Terra Surge damage has been done. And the remainder still not enough. Genesis, they do have to regroup, and we're talking less than 10%. So Teru, gotta bring everyone with that speed boost. Can they get there in time?
Here comes the taxi coming in, and here comes a Maga, of course.
Oh, Mauga on the field. There's Kalios against Luisa. Good job. Pepe finds one off the target, chasing one down. Mauga on the point. Would that be enough to stay in, though? Are they gone? Okay,
Teru's
matching
gonna
the
stay
numbers.
left. Teru gets the barrier off last second. How clutch.
Yep, and DK finds Proud. No DPS from Pokerface. They're getting pushed back. Just Pepe. Faith left on the point. Can't really do too much as they are outnumbered.
Holy
and that will
God.
be Genesis with the comeback.
You can see exactly what's happening right now. Teru just played the map of his life. I'm here for the redemption arc. Yes, all the kills. Yes, the environmentals and all that's flashy. That sound barrier at the end won them that map. Period. End of story. That was the clutchest sound barrier ever. He keeps himself alive. He keeps Mauga alive. Wow.
Clutch timing, and also he was the one bringing everyone back. You can see from the movement and the aim from Lucio how desperate he was to bring everyone back within the 10% left. Oh man. Not just that, the entire Lijiang. It has been basically Teru just MVPing this one out. Oh, wow. What a close one already, as we knew that this is certainly going to be one going to the distance. But Pokerface was a close one. Just not enough, not having the final touches on the point. And we see some Maugas on the fields. I don't know how you feel about that, Hex.
I don't actually dislike it, especially in that situation too, because you definitely need to get the touch going, right? And if your initial plan for touch, say like your Tracer or your Lucio, dies or gets pushed off or something like that, then Mauga at least can definitely get to the point. You're not going to get spun away. Like you have that ability to get to the point. Obviously, that they didn't need it. It was taking a different angle. It was totally fine. I think there is some questions about Kalios switching heroes too many times and those things going back and kind of being confused, but it worked out in the end. I think there is, it's almost like Wrecking Ball used to be when Wrecking Ball was really bad, of just like the only time you see Wrecking Ball is like, we need to get back to the point. So yeah, I mean, I think the Mauga switch in that situation, totally fine, but I don't care about anything right now except this Terror Redemption arc, because the man was in tears last night. Man was in tears, and for good reason. Made a mistake, probably cost his team the match.
Yeah,
to be dead honest.
I believe you were talking about the solo sound barrier last night, right?
The solo sound barrier to not have it for the next fight. And the entire build-up to what just happened here was he's able to get out, because I think he was freaking out last night that he wasn't going to be able to get his team back in time, so it was going to be a barrier so he could save his life, so he could get his team back. There were so many moving pieces that went into it. And now to have the confidence at 90% to be like, okay, we're going to get back, brings his team back. But that barrier, oh my god, that barrier won him the map.
Yeah, the
period.
Final barrier.
He was about to die. It was razor's edge, and then you just see the jubilation at the end, knowing what he just pulled off, and now it's just like it feels like taking the burden off of your back, and now we can go forward. And whatever happened last night, all right, I'm back into it. I'm fine. And Teru's gotten a lot of grief among the community, among a lot of different things. Hell of a map.
Yeah, maybe that's the momentum that Genesis needed to grab the first control. But Pokerface, they certainly had a good fight. Let's see what happens on the next map. It is going to be Midtown Hybrid. Pokerface versus Genesis, 1-0 for now, as we are going into Midtown Hybrid. But certainly that control was a banger to start off, and we might be having a longer of a series. I pray that we have longer of a series tonight. No 3 Overwatches.
I mean, it was about as close as it could be, coming down to the very final fight, the very final seconds of the final fight at that. Midtown is going to be the pick. It's Pokerface's pick. We're seeing a lot of trending towards Midtown. I think a lot of that has to do with Orisa being as strong and that partial meta coming into it too. So we've seen a lot more Midtown than Kings Row lately. Kings Row, which absolutely dominated week 1. So yeah, I would expect pretty similar compositions, probably a Sojourn, Orisa, Baptiste comp. It's kind of been the flavor that we've seen being run on Midtown. And Genesis, like I said, it's a get-right series for them. It's a must-win almost for them as well. And I think they just got right.
Yes, with the perfect team comp and some great saves, you can always make the dream work. Teamwork making the dream work here for Genesis. Pokerface, they can surely turn this around, as this is Midtown. Maybe they have something else in their sleeves ready to go, because this certainly can be one hybrid for them. Pokerface, it's not like they did have tough losses against Falcons and Yeti, but if they can actually manage to get some math off of Genesis and maybe a win on the match, that will actually boost them up in the higher tier, maybe even going for that top 4, top 5 spot. So
yeah, sitting in 5th place right now. Like I said, Pokerface beat the teams they're supposed to beat. And now it's a question of, can you start working your way up through the middle of the pack here? We obviously have a very high echelon and a bottom tier as well, and there's a big clog in the middle. And these are 2 of the teams in the middle. So yeah, just enormous match, enormous stakes on the line for both teams. So Genesis is defending first. So this is going to be their composition. Interesting.
Yeah, with Kalios
Run the
on
Zarya.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I mean, this is the composition we see a great deal as well, with the Cass, Zarya, Baptiste. I have a clever name for it. But it's not a great name. And it's mostly just keep your Cass alive. Cass has to stay alive,
That's
and
right.
the Cass is the carry in this comp.
Yep, keep DK alive, and he will do the job and bring the team win. As Proud instantly switches off from Widow to Cassidy. And here is the rotation. Kalios trying to have the poke in. The Zarya beam damage. Pokerface, they do have all the members, or most of the members grouped up in that small room now. Contesting on the point early on. Just one off to the side, that was a close one. And here's Decay. He's always had the bubble, that was a close one. We'll be having that immortality field for the save. Crowd still in the room looking for the stuff. And Simple, first one to go. And might have to regroup with that. As Pokerface will be losing a lot more sustain. Okay, hold on. As Pretty Proud finds a few. While Kalios doing the clear up duty. This finale with 4 HP will get picked off by Chichesawan at last.
Had extremely chaotic fights and a lot of different skirmishes happening all over the place. Kalios with a really good job of sustaining on the point, and Kalios with the pick onto the opposing Baptiste was enormous. And these hybrid maps go quick, especially when you have long drawn-out skirmishes like that. We're only at about 2 minutes now, so it's 2 more offensive attempts as we enter the ultimate phase of the game.
2-2. Left for Pokerface. Deadeye. Need to start.
Bubble.
There's a saving bubble, but still Heavy doing the last bit of damage to get that down. Pokerface, this is where you go for the pressure. Finale. And everyone on point. Genesis, can they really come back in time? Don't think so.
No, they're going to completely back up. Finale makes the correct executive decision. You kind of want to chase that down, but then if you lose the one player, this should be a Sojourn switch, I'd imagine, from Crowd. Widow.
Ooh.
All right, let's do it.
Widowmaker from Pokerface. Okay. You can get those sweet headshots. The distance, of course, to the high ground, not that far.
Well, see, the Widow is the soft counter, in my theory anyway, to this composition, because the composition is meant to just carry decay, right? You get all the bubbles, you get all the immortality fields, but none of that matters if the burst damage is too high. So it's essentially, we've seen teams do it, we've seen the theory of it work. The theory of it is sound. That's why you're running the Widow.
But when there's 5 ults ready from Genesis, see what happens as Pokerface just going near the respawn. The copy HSA1. Matrix is gone now. Only have to use 2 to buy about 20 seconds. There's still the Graviton. Decay. They're backing up the point. Obaka in the middle. Finale gets a pick off. Gravitons will be able to respond. Okay, even Teru popping that button. So that was some
really nice transcendence. Saves everyone.
And that's about it. Genesis, they did have to use 4 out of the 5. Bought about a minute plus. Pokerface. Proud still keeping that Widow up.
Yes, Pokerface is always going to have the beat advantage. Finale is in trouble.
Recall timer is back. And Inficide on. And with the bubble, Chesebon pops for a second. You don't have the second bubble.
Trying to get some pressure on that Widowmaker.
Good headshots coming out. Oh, and Chesebon
just
presses.
It's just really, it's their best way to deal with it. It's really, frankly, their only way to deal with it is the Zarya and the Echo. Really smart play there.
Chesebon's Echo just vaulted out, basically, to get that Widow down.
It's a phenomenal Echo player. All right. Pepe's going to switch over to the Orisa. Crowd has long since vacated the Widowmaker.
Yep, no more Widow after the Inficide and that death. Certainly did seem like Genesis had a solid answer against that Widow. So here is Finale again. Ooh, that was a close one. Gotta be careful.
I mean, it's not a death, but that's a recall out. I mean, yeah, Finale's been not as sneaky as you'd like to be as Tracer.
You have to make something work, as we're talking less than 140 now for Pokerface. Genesis, some of bolts coming online. Deadeye from DK. Stun. Way can't provide much. The window up, Chesebon falls right before that. Transcendence has to be popped. But even with all that, Pokerface finding kills left and right. And this payload might just get the second push.
It's what I expected them to do in the previous fight, is that you're always going to have beat advantage, almost no matter what. So initiating with beat, not the biggest surprise there. Faith will drop that beat, they go in, able to get all the clean kills, and now we've got another Widowmaker on the field. It's Decay. Again, it's really nice to counter the Cassidy on the other side, even though they're not running the Zarya.
And that's exactly when Finale has to go snipe on Decay to counter him. Let's see how these heroes interact with each other. No real big shots yet, as Proud ends himself in the top. There's a copy of Orisa. And Decay dead. Finale finally finds the kill off the side. Yeah, with Kalios, but still way too much damage from Proud, Finale, and everyone else from Pokerface. That was just the Matrix.
Yeah, it's an interesting copy target on the Orisa. Usually you want to copy something with a lot more utility. It's not that the best tank to copy, but there's not a ton of great copy targets for Chosewan, which is why off of the Echo. One of the reasons why off of the Echo. Decay's got to get something out of this. Widow's one of those heroes that if you swap to it and you're not getting at least the opening kill in a fight, then you are wasting a roster spot.
Especially when you're contested against the Tracer. This time couldn't really get the target. But there's a Graviton.
Widow Mind kill.
Widow Mind kill onto Finale. DK, that's one. They gotta do more than that. And Pokerface. Grouped up, ready to go. But that's exactly when Kalios will do all the damage there surge. Finding one, but it's an exchange in the middle. Here's Chesebon. Trying to do more work. Genesis, he will have a quicker respawn, so we'll be able to stabilize a little bit and very soon enough.
Yeah, Chosewan is putting this team on his back on occasion. I said Widow Mine. I meant Venom Mine. I've been watching too much StarCraft. Obviously, Widow Mines in StarCraft. You can understand the confusion. Okay, now we get some really honest Overwatch. Widow v Widow.
Oh,
Let's
man.
do it. Here's the thing, though. Decay is so far ahead because they've got sights. And now you can pop sights right now because only 20 seconds left.
Yep, there it is. Infosite popped. And Pokerface, they heard the sound.
You just have to wait it out.
And you just can't push. Okay, should be gone in a couple of seconds. There it is. And now Pokerface. Will really make the push or this Widow duel? Oh, that's the Tracer Bomb. And Simple. Keeps himself alive. Ooh, and the barrier. Quite early because of that Pulse Bomb. Okay, he's gone.
Stay alive. Terror can get barrier.
And Pokerface might be able to push a little further here with those 2 kills.
Oh, they're going to get it. Terror died. Terror was just about to get barrier. It would have only been a 3-person beat, but Pokerface will complete it.
Yep.
What an interesting round of Midtown that was.
3 points. Whoosh for Pokerface. Finally was able to do it with that Widow pick. It was an interesting one for both sides. Lots of DPS changes in terms of hero pool. It certainly was able to push all the way, but only about not too much time left, from what I can recall.
I think they got it in overtime, actually.
Yeah, I see zeros on top, yeah.
So the Widow pick is always really interesting, too, because, yes, you do need value out of it, and you have to getting kills, otherwise you're wasting a spot. But then when the other team chooses a Widow as well, it just changes where you can actually just be on the battlefield. And Pokerface with the shield from Sigma, much more comfortable being able to poke different angles, being able to group up this team and take different angles. Kalios can bubble, but it's not going to be permanent, so the Sigma pick really enables the Widow pick at times. No Widow yet, obviously not on the first point. I was surprised to see it on second point, really. But interesting stuff here. Genesis going to need to finish this map.
Yep.
Send us into extra innings, as it were.
Yeah, push all the way, plus get some extra time if they can. And here's Genesis. Oh, with Kiriko this time. We'll be starting the push. And Pepe on that Sigma for the first point. And Kalio still sticking to that Zarya. Has been doing okay bubble. Okay job against some Widows, but no Widow this time. Chesewan versus Finale on this Tracer. 1v1 will be helped by the teammates. Let's see how well Teru can pull off, so maybe even some snipes from those shurikens. Here's Pepe with less than half HP. And some contest on the high ground and also down low below in the room. Sort of scattered apart Genesis. Now, point being contested, Pokerface, they do have to come down eventually unless they can get picks.
Yeah, I mean, the best chance for a really good defense is on this first point, and Genesis is kind of just squatting out to different sides. Trades, tank down.
Yeah, Kalio's down, and the chase starts now as Pepe Faith gets one onto Maka. Still Pokerface. This seems like they can manage this fine with the remaining members, and Genesis, they will just have to regroup as this push keeps on happening. The field is gone, but still, that was enough to press. Yes, they want looking for more, and that's a pulse bomb after the field. Nice one, having that down. That recall might hurt them actually because Yesha1 was able to sustain near the point.
It's critical. I mean, to get the tank down, and I wonder if they're going to even try the taxi. I don't see where the Lucio outline is.
Matrix up just to keep himself alive, and the field.
There should be an opening for Genesis. They're not necessarily pushing the point, though. They're cleaning up on the backside. They're cleaning up the stragglers. Smart play. And this should be the end of the defense for Pokerface.
And going towards the second take, Pokerface, they just cannot have the entire team up ready to go in time. Or are they going to come in contest? That's Teru answering my question. And here comes the payload. And on top of that, Genesis, they want to press more. Even into the ult to the high ground. KS1 is on fire. And almost 5 ults
They
ready.
forced out the immortality field. Gonna try to bully out this high ground.
Healing the post-bomb distance from Salad.
Might have been able to sue. I think they Suzu'd that. Okay, beats engage. That will clean it up. You don't love to have to use it, but back against the wall, have to. Calius is going to switch off of this.
Yep.
Yeah, Choicey One has absolutely been the best part of the Genesis so far. He's the one bringing fights to a conclusion. He's the one opening fights. Decay has been really quiet.
Compared to KS1. And that's another stuck. Well, a lot of damage done. And Pokerface, they are having a lot of... Ooh, they got picked off by Decay. There we go. Finally making some calls here. Not enough to get some kills from Proud. He's still having the top control. Decay, there's one more. As you have called out his name, he's finally answering with the kills.
Well, I didn't finish my sentence. I said Decay's been quiet, but
Okay.
how long can that last is what I meant. Obviously,
of course,
it's not gonna be the
obviously
whole time.
Decay will register kills soon enough, right? And with those...
Okay, now they've got high ground control, and this is where the next fight's going to happen.
Base back onto the high ground. Yes, some transcendence. Keeping everyone alive. Kalios was falling pretty low. After that transcendence, even the Matrix, Pokerface, did some damage, but a lot more kills happening. Onto the remaining member.
You know what? They've been pushing. Oh, they're going to stagger this. Beautiful. Critical stagger. There's just not enough healing now. Not in the composition that Pokerface has.
And Genesis.
And critical to that too, Choice A1 was pushing the payload the whole time. Had this payload been sitting still, then there was definitely going to be a chance for them to come back. Pokerface is going to come back and fight it anyway.
Okay. Last minute fight.
Kalios eats it.
Ooh. And Finale and Scott. Decay. Some Cassidy moments as he and the rest of the team is getting everything done. Pokerface's entire team wiped. And that's a second point with 3+. And this might actually call for a 3-3 on this Midtown.
Well, if they can finish in time, they're going to have another shot at it. And have that huge advantage in the second half of this map. Still have to finish it first. Everything good in the bank for them, though. The only real good ult online for Pokerface is going to be Beat.
As Faith will be holding that. And early flux from Kalios. Beat has to be out, but still more than enough damage after the beat. Even the field has to be used from Pokerface. Genesis. Now the output. Does Cassidy do? He knows it now immediately. Faith will be going in and picking those up. Both DPS, along with Terror, the remaining members of Genesis, fighting for what they can. And Kalios, feeling alone, will be joining the rest of the team members and going back to respawn.
Okay, the flux is fine there. As long as you get beat out, like you're trading out ultimates,
Having
totally
some
fine.
Nice off the skirmishes. It seems like off of the closed room fights. Oh, Tracer, yeah, after the change, has to watch out for the grenade all the time. Here comes Genesis with 4 locked and loaded. 3, I mean. Crowd coming down to the low ground. Okay, ready for that Deadeye angle. But not even needed, as I mean, Genesis finding kills elsewhere on the map. That's 4 kills already with no ults used.
Yeah, the moment they got pushed off at the top, they needed to full-on retreat and get back into cover, because then Decay is just free-firing up there. I mean, you mentioned Deadeye. Sometimes it's better just not even use the ult. You're going to do more damage by not using the ult from up top. And also, you don't make yourself a sitting duck like a Zenyatta to a Tracer. Maka falls. And that falls with Transcendence. Interesting to not pop it and save your own life.
Oh, maybe Genesis. I think that they have enough time.
They're banking ults. They're banking ults for one big fight.
One big fight, less than a minute.
They should win.
It should, in theory. But you never know.
But
5 ults better than 6 ults.
But here's the problem, is Pokerface probably is going to get to their own ultimates too. So Genesis has to go now. Your ultimate tracking has to be perfect to know this, though.
That's why Pepe off to the side. Here's Deadeye to buy some time.
I love this.
And the push.
Exactly what it's doing.
Kalias with the flux and the decays Deadeye to respond. And here's the field, but a lot of low members off of the field. One traded. We're gone. Kalias finds one more though. And then it's out and gone. DK has to has to fall back, but there's no time for them. Base. Might just be able to have this hold. 7 seconds. Having this push.
Choice1 was back there. Yeah.
Some more pushes. Less than 5 meters now. Oh, look at this early beat.
Good beat.
Get the fight started. There is no beat. So Kali's gone. So thankfully, a little Jason. Can you really turn the tide? But Field going to save a lot of Pokerface member. Finale gone. Off of the fight, Choice1, can you turn the tide and get this 3-pointer? But that is Proud doing a lot more work from Pokerface, and Choice1 might be the only one left. And he's gone. No one else can touch in time, and that's only going to be 2, and Pokerface will be winning Midtown.
It's a brilliant Deadeye towards the end there. You called it perfectly. It's just to buy time. You know, everyone's at 80, 82% on their ultimates. They know they're fighting into a team that's got everything. And one of the issues that cost Genesis the map is unable to finish kills and confirm kills. Choice1 was doing his best, but he was elsewhere during that time. There was a moment where there was a Sigma with about 10 HP. There was a Lucio right there. They were both really low, but Choice1 was back trying to back cap. And you know, maybe you'd rather have Choice1 up front, but maybe if you're not back capping, then who knows? But it's one of those critical moments that goes one way and it could have gone the other, because the Tracer needs to be up front to be finishing those targets, but instead was preoccupied at the back cap, tied up 1-1. We're gonna see our first map 4 of the night at the very least.
Hey, we have a series in our hands between Pokerface and Genesis. Nice 1-1 tie. It was a close one, but Genesis certainly had the last second game plan there with the final pushes. And Pokerface, even though they had some really good moments, just not enough. Choice1, I think, certainly winning some more. If you're really talking Tracer versus Tracer, I think Proud and
Choice1's been Choice1's been the best player on this team so far. As far as those big moments and coming up clutch, it was just that one moment where back capping where maybe you should have been up front. Also, I think the supports have been playing really well too. So it's been super interesting. You know, like we talk about Teru because obviously the first map was all Teru. Maka's been playing really well as far as getting value out of both Baptiste, and the Zenyatta play has been pretty solid too. So I think we're in for a slugfest here.
Yeah, I wish we get all the way to map number 5 and see more escorts coming from Korea. As Pokerface certainly.
Our second escort of Korea would be map 5 if we get there tonight. So
yes.
Well, it would be match 18 would be our second escort of Korea region.
I know we had a lot of 3-0s, and I believe we on our first week, I think we started off with the 9 or 8 in a row 3-0s happening. And then ever since then, we've been having a lot more 3-1s and some more 3-2s potentially. There was just one so far, but I'm pretty sure as we have a lot more hype matches coming up later in the season, we'll have a lot more of that 3-2. But before we go into that map number 3 push, we will take a short break, and when we come back, we will have Esperanza. Welcome back, everyone. This is Overwatch Champions Series Korea, final match of the night, and we have 1-1 tied series from Pokerface and Genesis, and we're going into push Esperanza. Would be the map. I'm loving it so far. Finally, we get a real series in our hands.
It has not been the cleanest series I've ever seen. A lot of little skirmishes, a lot of small errors here and there, but it has been entertaining, to say the least. Again, I cannot overstate the stakes of this game. Genesis at 0-2. You start going 0-3 against, a team that maybe you should beat, a runaway match that you probably should have had. You're looking at not making the top 4. To reiterate, top 4 automatically in the playoffs. 5 through 8 will duke it out, and only 2 teams get out of that. If you end up in 9th place, well, I hope you had fun, because you're not making the playoffs. Pokerface as well, sitting at 2-2, but now this is the match I wanted to see. Where is Pokerface really at when it comes to these mid-tier teams? They beat Vesta, they beat Simprissa. Those are teams that you're supposed to beat. If you're Pokerface, you're supposed to be better than them. But where do you rank among the mid-tier teams that are not, whack, that are not Falcons? So interesting stuff. Genesis was, I think on the tier of Runaway. You can't say otherwise, taking them to 5. So if Pokerface can beat Genesis, then by the transitive property is Pokerface on the tier of Runaway. We shall see. It's been a good match so far. A lot of interesting storylines. The Terror Redemption arc started. Let's see if he can finish it.
All right, here's push with the fans in the seats cheering for both teams. And the gates open, here we go.
Okay. And Mir again, except for the tanks. Kalios seems to much prefer the Sigma. Happy preferring the Orisa.
Yeah, switches over from Zarya this time though. The Kalios on Sigma. Still rotating around.
Yeah, in theory, this gives Decay the advantage over Proud. Should have a shield fight behind.
And that's why we have Genesis. And Peppy almost being pinpoint down. Oh, off that mortality field, can't really do too much as we're having Decay rolling up top, which means it's usually a good sign for Cassidy. Field keeping him alive. And more kills happening as they will have a 3rd member, I believe, from Pokerface going down. And Genesis winning the very first fight to get the push started.
First fight, all well and good. That's a nice kill late, though. That's going to get Genesis a lot of space here. And this map really plays out with just bridge to bridge. The middle fight is going to happen often, but really, if you don't feel comfortable fighting mid, you just back up to your own bridge in this high ground. But this offensive high ground, this bridge right here is critical. And like I said, Callie's going to drop the shield. It gives Decay at least a couple of free shots. And right now, Pokerface has to find a strategy to get them off of this bridge. Or yeah, I guess he can try to ignore it and just blow through the bomb.
They will just come out straight from the stairs and push them off to the uncomfortable zones. But with that matrix, maybe Pokerface can have a better output. That eye not really fighting anyone from Decay. Genesis controlling back onto this high point. Pokerface still having some trouble as Kalios finds a kill and Decay with the headshot. Colosseo gone. Pokerface in another troubling moment. Even just at one, Kalios having a team wipe.
Really great job by Genesis there when the call to try to take bridge from Pokerface came through, because they ended up dropping the amplification matrix. And Genesis just kind of leaves. And Pokerface doesn't really press the issue hard enough. Then the Deadeye, like you said, it didn't get kills, but it did tag Finale. So Finale had to bail on that fight. Now the question is, are they going to just get this checkpoint for free? No, absolutely not. Pokerface will come back in.
Early matrix up from Maka. Genesis. Here's Prowl with the zoning, and Terra finds a kill onto Finale. Tracer gone from Pokerface. Oh, that both Tracers gone from the field. Now we are talking Decay, Prowl. Sound barrier from Genesis as an extra tool. Terra starts to respond from Peppy. No further kills yet. Kalios. Make that flux work. Oh, immediately gone. As Pokerface now finally Faith has his own barrier of his own. And immediately with the push with that extra barrier, Pokerface finally winning this battle now. Yeah, just one managed to run away.
Flux gets absolutely nothing there, and Peppy just fortifies through it, so not going into the sky, and then Peppy just runs everyone down. Orissa's ability to run people down with the spin and the damage output of the primary fire is so strong. But here's the thing, like, once you win the first couple of minutes of push, it's your map to lose. Pokerface is going to have to win at least 2 fights to pull this back to even.
And that's why Decay again. That Deadeye, not much. That actually ends up hurting the team sometimes because you end up having to use some barriers, the Mentality Field. There's a lot of tools used to keep this Cassidy alive sometimes. Goes Deadeye's gone. And here's Finale trying to make the miracle work. And that is Chesed 1's pulse bombs actually. Roland's Tracer doing some more work. Peppy get some 1-1 traded onto the backline supports. Now we're talking more Tracer work to be done. One kill, one more. Now they response back with Peppy. Getting Teru down. So Pokerface 2 in a row that they will have, almost matching the number in push meters.
They're going to get it, and also they're going to get this checkpoint before it spawns. Pokerface just took complete control of the map. In their previous fight, they traded out Baptiste, but the trade hurts Genesis way more because their Baptiste had Amplification Matrix. And so if you're going to make a trade, that is the one you want to make if you're Pokerface, and now everyone's no healing, it all gets scrappy, and just the sustainability of Pokerface was a little bit higher during that fight.
Good point, and also pushing. With the Matrix. Oh wait, Peppy with the Terra! Finds 2, both supports gone. Okay, to follow.
That's a fight right there.
And that's Orisa for you. You need one good zoning tool. Certainly you can make that work, and Pokerface will continue their push now. Just further, just getting more lead.
Yeah, over the halfway point on this map too, and forward spawns, critical stuff. Just what a Terra Surge. Beautiful. It takes out both supports. That's fight winning. I mean, that fight was over the moment that both supports went down.
Yeah, with the help of Faith too. And after the corner, early Matrix from Simple. And also Maka to respond because they still do have 3 more on top of this Deadeye. Pulse Bomb in the small room. Puts the field down and everyone's inside that room. Sound barrier. Perfect timing to have everyone out in the field. And a response from Teru, good enough. Proud, Simple, 2 gone. Decay, 2-1 traded. As it is just bloodbath on the field at the moment. These Tracers and Sigma still doing more work. This time it does seem like Genesis will come on top of it.
Pokerface did a really decent job of fighting their way through the setup that Genesis put them in. The Deadeye behind the shield puts them all in the room, and then that is supposed to push them all into the room. That's like Chosen One can use the Pulse Bomb and get a couple of kills, but then Immortality Field was there. They did a great job of fighting back with a sound barrier, but eventually just too much damage comes in, and they were able to isolate the Baptiste.
Good field there to keep your teammate alive. And that would just be 1 tool on cooldown. Nothing big used from either side. As there's the Deadeye. You hear that sound and you just have to go behind the wall or hide behind some barriers. And that is Genesis. Oh, the field is going to save him though. Reason why you have that support, but just in one. But these Lucios on both sides doing a lot more work on near the robot. If he wants to have some more battles on his own. And Tested One will basically be the last to just be able to blink away from the fight.
So the investment into like playing the Sigma is largely so that like you get the shields. The sustainability is not there. The control isn't the same as in Orisa, and really the kill potential and damage potential is not the same as Orisa. Yes, you can still both poke, but if you're going to invest in that shield, you expect to be getting bigger Deadeyes and a bigger Cassidy diff than we're getting right now.
Matrix up, a Finale instantly gone from Decay. Grenade. And Pepe, he's a miracle. On top of this Matrix, this Sarah can do a lot of work. And there's some damage delivered. But Genesis still having 4 members. Let's see. Keeping some members alive. DK still there. But Pepe, this Orisa, has been doing so much work for Pokerface. Eventually taken down. But that's a scary Orisa if you have ever seen one.
I think it's just both tracers. Yeah. Just take it. Just take the 1v1, guys.
Do it. Do it. Do the pulse pump.
You won't. Well, I mean, I think Choisewan saw all of Pokerface coming around the corner, so just opted against it.
Oh, 1-1. With the heal pack. Oh, wanted to have the pulse bomb where he was going to be. He called from. Nice prediction, but not gonna land.
All right, we're at a minute left. Genesis has to win this fight.
Oh, finale gone right before the beat. And the beat comes down from Teru. Please, that eye. Won't really be doing much, but that buys some time for the team to have better positioning. Blocks from Kalios. Or kills coming through when Finale will just be joining now. And Lucio Pepe will be the final one to fall. 40 seconds left. Finale comes back to fight, but he's a little too late to join the party.
Just trying to buy time. This is the final fight. Whoever wins this next... Well, actually, no. Genesis has to win a couple because this bot's going to stop. That's the ramification of not getting that checkpoint.
There's that first point now, and plus they still have to go to 23 meters on top of that.
Yeah, they need 2 fights in a row here, and they've got nothing in the bank.
Yeah.
Need some hero plays.
Some ults coming close. Off less than 10%, some 20%.
No, Pokerface should play this slow. Pokerface is getting much closer to their stuff than Genesis is.
Now they're trying to have some delay.
How are you going to fight into Terra Surge and Window at the same time?
That's a big question. As Genesis, they will... Oh, Teru. That's a starter. As both Matrix up. Now they're gone. Just one with the Pulse Bomb. It's the field out. So near the robot. Pepe absorbing a lot of damage. What you can with Orisa. Same for Kalios. There's that Terra Surge. Rex the robot. Everyone off the point. Oh, Teru gets caught. But Jesse One on top gets 2 down. Talking overtime now. Surviving, doing 2-man's work on his own. And would you look at that? Pokerface gets pushed on.
They just got Pepe diffed right there. Pepe with a crazy Orisa game. A lot of the other 1v1s went pretty even. Choisewan again continues to play really well, but the Orisa, I don't think we can keep overlooking just how much better Orisa is on maps than some of these other tanks. Like the Orisa play is so strong, the consistent damage, the ability to live. With the Season 9 patch, the tank play is so much about living through it and negating damage so that your team doesn't have to pump heals into you constantly. Like the less damage you take is the important part of it.
Exactly.
So Orisa, like the Fortify is a little bit stronger than Grasp. So there's an interesting dynamic of why you would pick Sigma and why you'd pick Orisa, but man, I am starting to fall into this Orisa camp. Just so strong, so many tools, and then it feels like the Orisa is better because how are you ever going to get a good flux off? Either you're going to get Javelin, you're going to get this, and then even if you do get a good flux out, there's always Immortality Field. Whereas the Terra Surge seems like it's always getting much more value than the fluxes are.
Yep, it's somewhat longer of a delay, but it's one of the best zoning tools out of the point, out of the payload, out of the robot. And especially on those choke points, you can do so much work. And exactly as you pointed out, Pepe has been doing some amazing job using Fortify, just eating a lot of damage. And also the back line really keeping him alive. I think we've seen a lot of Pepe being like the final member to be put out. Of course, maybe there has been less focus onto himself as he's a tank compared to the support line and the DPS. But still, in the meantime, he was able to pick off a lot of kills by himself. So this player certainly has to be highlighted. And Genesis really put on to test now. It is 2-1 now.
Well, the big utility that Sigma provides is that shield, but with all the damage that's coming out from the Orisa and from everyone else, I think Pokerface did a really good job of shooting down the shields. Like when they're holding top bridge and you're throwing the shield out so that Decay gets a couple shots, he's only getting 1 or 2 shots before that shield is vanished and it's dead. And so if you're going to use the utility of the shield, and that's supposed to be what Sigma's providing, you need much more value out of it. You have to be hitting those free shots that you're getting. Not going to be the case. I mean, we might be headed to a strong Orisa meta.
Oh, I like seeing a lot more Orisas in the field. It doesn't matter which map it is. But before we go into map number 4, it's going to be Flashpoint, the first Flashpoint of the day. Let's see if we will go into Escort or just finish off on Flashpoint. But before we go into map number 4, we'll take a short one. And welcome back to the studio, everyone. It is Champions Series Korea between Pokerface and Genesis. The final match of the night still continues into map 4, and the first flashpoint of the night, Suravasa, will be Pokerface's pick on the map. And maybe, just maybe, they can finish off the series with their pick.
Bringing Genesis back to the scene of the crime, as it were. Yeah, I mean, look, Genesis it's got to be in their head a little bit. It's not like it happened a while ago. It happened like 24 hours ago, where they had this map in hand and they ended up losing it. So Suravasa will be it.
Actually, you just have to call that out.
Well,
it is what happened.
I live in the real world. Yeah, it's what happened. At the time, I was even trying to find a way to defend Teru for it, but obviously, you know, it's people make mistakes in competition. It happens. Teru already got the redemption on Lijiang Tower, so we're moving on. But yeah, this has to be a map that's not thrilled about. And the big difference right now is just trying to force this Sigma into Orisa, and the Orisa is just controlling the field. The damage is higher, the ultimate value is higher, the damage mitigation is higher. It has been an Orisa world tonight, and we're just living in it. So it's going to be interesting to see if there's any sort of swap that comes out from Genesis. And, you know, to be dead honest, like, Choice1 has had a couple moments tonight, but going back to that Midtown, hey, never mind. Let's look at the handsome people on screen.
Oh, yes. That was a cheer from the fans. I have the Houston Outlaws jersey, and we have Jake in the studio. What a coincidence.
It's, yeah.
That's what it says.
It's 4 a.m. and Jake's in your studio. Yeah, Jake from State Farm. Yeah. Good to see those guys. What was I saying? I totally forgot now. Anyway, Orisa's really good, and I think that Orisa should be played by both teams. Oh no, here's what I was gonna say. Just ever since that moment of like Choice1 trying to back cap on Midtown and leaving the tank and Lucio alive on the front lines because there was no one to clean up that last 5% of damage, Choice1 and Decay have been quiet. They were quiet on that push map.
You're right.
And Decay's been quiet all night. Choice1 has had like a couple of big moments and some pop-offs. He's playing a very solid tracer, but it's, you know, it's not like Proud and Finale are going off either, but they're fine. They're just, you know, you expect bigger things from the front line of Genesis than we've gotten tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe part of that, yeah.
Maybe they can pull off some more coming out from this flashpoint, though.
I keep speaking of you, sorry that. But maybe part of that is because the Orisa is being really oppressive on the front line. So who knows? There's always a million pieces that go into why things are happening the way they are. But like I said, it's been a quiet play from a couple of the players on Genesis. And Genesis, if they don't win this map, they're 0-3. Something I don't think if you looked at this roster from a distance, you would expect this team to be 0-3.
And Genesis will be starting with the teleporter, trying to have earlier rotation into that center point. And here on the other side of the field, it is Pokerface. Realizing the team comps first. Here's Peppy, still sticking to Obisa. Kalios back on Sigma. Oh, Decay!
Hello.
Finally finding some kills. This has been what we were looking for from these talented DPSs. But instead, it has been a lot more longer, dragged out, dirty skirmishes and team fights.
This one's going to be clean, and they're going to stagger. Yeah, a little bit of a stagger, not too much. Yeah, but just the sense to know, and also probably heard the footsteps. It's just to clutch out that rail. That's a beautiful shot, beautiful open. Okay, so we're going to mirror up now. Pokerface makes changes, and I think that's right in this situation because of some of the long sight lines that are on these points that you need a Sojourn to match, and then if you're going to go Sojourn to match, you need a Shield to match.
Yeah, exactly. You need a Sigma barrier in front. Exactly, mirror on both sides. Finally with the switch, and Decay is the one gets picked off this time from Peppy out of all. Shroud, of course, will be pressing on some big buttons. Genesis immediately falls right after. 62%, but it is Flashpoint.
Yeah, Flashpoint essentially ends up being like best 2 out of 3 fights because of the rate at which things tick up. And usually these fights are not long affairs. It's usually 1 pick, 2 pick. Now we have control.
Usually just 2 team might win with some stagger, and then you can just get a point off of 1 flashpoint at least. Some Tracer duels. Oh, that's gonna stangle with the help of Lucio, as you can see from the kill feed. But in the meantime, Proud get a kill onto Kalios. Sigma down for Genesis, and it means Pokerface will be controlling the points. And 63 were matched.
Yeah, with the Sigma down, it's even dangerous to be kind of poking this corner without a shield. Trying to shoot up, obviously worse than trying to shoot down. And Genesis has to come back in here. I don't know if they can find a decent angle to set up a window, but that's a win condition.
Kalios back. Now Decay with the overclock. Good Finale with the first. Teru down. Field was not able to catch that Lucio. And the second one from Proud. And this should be going towards Pokerface. There's the first point. And it's looking worse and worse for Genesis. That was even the Matrix used.
Yeah, super late amplification matrix. Good call. Kind of wish you had that one back. And then it's kind of, yeah, and that also Pokerface is going to be in position on the point here, on second point.
Yeah, I believe that was slightly closer to Genesis for the second point. Still, they do have Flux and Soundbearer coming in 5.
Well, keep an eye on the Lucios.
Okay. Vitality field out from Simple. Pokerface alive for now. Finale pretty low, but will be able to keep himself alive for the time being. There's a sound barrier from Peru. And the response from Fate. After the barriers wear off. Something proud. Okay, some shots coming from the side with the railguns. No kills so far at the moment as they say that Finale. Sure win again for Finale. Genesis losing 2. That's big. A third. 4 to follow. Just talking chess and 1 left. Or DK.
Well, we talked about that window use, and, you know, Simple had the window. Maka did not because they'd used it previously in an already lost fight.
That's right.
And, yeah, Pokerface able to win that fight. And will have the advantage going forward.
Somewhat of an uphill battle for Genesis to take control back now. With basically nothing. Some DPS coming close to the ultimate. But we'll still need about 10 more percent. Big railguns in the air. Up from Proud. Some extra damage, but no kills happening here. Even from the slide. Genesis back onto footing.
Proud got everyone really low, and Finale was not in position to finish him off.
Yeah, everyone behind the shield, behind the barrier, so no casualties so far. Pokerface just backing off, waiting for some flux of potential.
You need to get the immortality field out first. The immortality field has to come up first.
There's no one for now. Field gone, Peru down. Lucio gone from Genesis. The face, did they really get the flip that they're looking for? Crowd from the side, Matrix up. And Genesis, they will just fall back. Oh, here, never mind, here's Decay. Trying to make something happen with the power slide, but Finale finds a kill onto Chesse 1 instead. And it does seem like Genesis, unless something happens, Pokerface will be grabbing this soon enough. It is delayed, but they really get the second point. I don't think so.
Another good window. They force Decay to try to slide in and make a play, but that gets mitigated by the immortality field. Decay has had enough of the Sojourn versus Sojourn. Gonna go over to the Cassidy in desperation. Final point of Flashpoint for the match. If Pokerface pulls this off, Genesis goes to 0-3. Pokerface keeps themselves alive in that top 4 conversation.
A match point for Pokerface if they can get one more point. Hex, we're coming down really close. Genesis might be choking a little bit coming down to this final moment, and that would be is gone from Cardios. Yum yum at the moment here. Flux available though. Should be the moment. Finale gone right before the beat. For Chesse 1 4-4. Flux from Kalios. Field available from Temple. Duck on, one more member down from Genesis.
Well, critically, they've already taken control of the point too, so they're getting free percentage up. Decay out in no man's land. Decay back in spawn. 20-player kill streak. No one has killed Proud this game.
Good God. That's a pretty good streak.
Please kill Cool Matt, please.
And he's about to have another overclock in just 10. Genesis, they do have 3 ults, okay? About almost 4 with Decay's coming online soon enough.
Kalios has switched. Maybe the switch is to try to enable the biggest Deadeye ever. Yep. Bubble, window, anything you can, because if you don't win this fight, you're not winning this map.
Yeah, can you even get the bubble? Can you even get the Graviton? Because we're talking 71% now. There's a lead. Maka already gone. No Matrix available for Genesis. Case, all 5 members up and ready. They're buying time. There's a Flux and the Matrix up from Simple. And here's Proud looking for more kills on his own. Is Finale picking up 2, and that might just be it. Pokerface. Genesis not being able to get this flashpoint back for themselves. It is going to be Pokerface with a victory of the match. 3-1 score. Oh man, X. What just happened to Pokerface towards the end? I mean, Genesis.
Well, they got poker faced apparently. That was completely one-sided. I mean, there was maybe the best that Genesis looked was Decay's first shot of the game. Just completely outclassed by Proud. A couple of misused support ultimates on the side of Genesis as well. Like that one window that they tried to bring back first fight for. Didn't get them first point for, didn't get them first point, then they didn't have it on second point, and they lost to a window on second point because of it. This is kind of a big shot across the bow to the rest of the league. This Pokerface team, we were wondering where are they when it comes to the teams that fall in this 4 through 6 range, which is like the critical range who are going to be hitting out for this last spot, but the Pokerface put a lot of teams on notice right now. Player of the match.
And that is Peppy. That's exactly why Kalios was having a tough time standing against Peppy. Kalios was somewhat, you could feel that he was pressured into these switches, right? Okay, Zarya worked better, so I do want to play Zarya, but Sigma should be working okay. Orisa seems pretty good. Peppy's playing really, really well on Orisa. Maybe I should be matching on Orisa, but nothing really came close talking about Kalios because Peppy was just above par, above the average Orisa that we have talked about so far.
So, I mean, we saw the Orisa play, but also just straight up a better Sigma on that last map, too. I mean, Peppy was getting damage done. The shields were always in the right spot. The grasp was always there. And the Sigma play to work around and have the Sojourn play come out. Remember, I don't think they started the map on Sigma Sojourn. I think they started on they started on a different combination. I think they started Orisa Cass, but then they realized they were going into a Sigma Sojourn. They mirrored the composition that Genesis wanted to run, and then they ran it better. That's a move.
Certainly a move that paid off for Pokerface, as I thought we were going to have somewhat longer of a match, but that flashpoint was actually ended pretty quickly compared to what we have thought. Genesis really couldn't pull any of their strength, except for some brilliant moment from Decay to start off with, but mostly from Proud, Proud Finale doing a lot of the job, and Peppy certainly pulling off. And we'll have the highlight moment from this Vesta to start off. And on top of that, Sigma Fluxus.
So, I mean, obviously we know what the Orisa did. Orisa, Sombra, who knows? I say it every different way every time I talk. But Peppy won this push map. Like, this was all Orisa, like all just crushing the control. The Terra Surge itself won several fights. Not that one, but there's one in the stairway that gets both supports, I think. The Javelin is there. The mitigation for the rest of the team, it was impressive. And then, to close it out, what are you going to do against that? Like, there's nothing you can do. And then to win this Sigma 1v1 was super impressive. I mean, just a real... It's one thing to have a tank that you're really good at, but to have Peppy throw down on Sigma and Orisa was impressive.
And that's why we're going to hear from Peppy himself on the stage. I think he's getting ready for that interview, which means it is time for Quest for the translations. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am back with the final POTM interview of the day. And with Pokerface taking the 3-1 victory. And of course, we have the man himself, Peppy, on stage. Please introduce yourself. Hello, I am the tank for Pokerface, Peppy.
네, 반갑습니다. 정말 오늘 손에 땀을 쥐는 경기를 보여주셨는데 오늘 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
How was the match for you today?
오늘 좀 원래 쉬울 거라고 생각했는데
I thought it would be a bit easier. but we did lose map 1, so it was a little harder than I thought.
힘들었던 경기였다. 하지만 정말 마지막까지 엄청난 집중력을 보여준 우리 포커페이스 팀이었습니다. 궁 한 틱 싸움에서 계속해서 좋은 모습을 보여줬었는데
So with a little tick on the ult left, how did you maintain focus until the end?
팀원들이랑 계속 생각 맞추면서
We kept communicating, trying to stay on the same page, and we tried to, and we played. We didn't lose focus until the end. So what was the call between in those heated moments?
뭐 예를 들어서 상대가 좀 위험한 궁 같은 게 있으면
So if they have a very threatening ult, you know, we say be careful.
방심하지 마.
And we always say, we always said that don't lose focus until the end.
제가 하고 있습니다.
And the in-game call, the main order for Pokerface is actually Pepe. So he was the one that made a lot of the in-game calls for Pokerface.
따끔하게 채찍질하는 우리 페피 선수였습니다. 자, 오늘 페피 선수의 오리사 정말 대단했는데요. 밀쳐내기부터 이 투창까지 정말 상대가 정신을 못 차릴 정도로
Your Orisa was incredible today.
팀원분들이 뒤에서 정말 우리 페피 잘한다 이런 말 하지 않았나요?
Did your teammates cheer you on, saying, "Oh, Pepe's very good"? And the teammates actually said, "Oh, tank diff."
우리 탱커 정말 이 정도로 잘한다라는 팀원들의 자존감이 느껴지는 오늘 하루였습니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 오리사로 좋은 모습 보여주셨는데 다음 게임 때는 어떤 영웅 기대해봐도 될까요?
So what hero can we expect from you in your next match? Or in your next match? And he says, there are some pocket picks that I'm preparing for, so I'll be saving them until the top dogs
자, 오늘 탱커의 정석과 같은 플레이 보여줬던 우리 페피 선수였는데 팬들에게도 이런 정석과 같은 팬 서비스 보여줄 수 있나요?
And can you show us a little ceremony for the fans?
팬 서비스.
Like a fan service?
상대방에게 날렸던 것처럼 하트를 날려.
Just like how you threw all those javelins.
좋습니다. 자, 저기 팬분 계시는데 저 팬분을 향해서.
There's a fan right there. Can you do that for him or for them? And he shows a little heart.
자, 이렇게 투창처럼 하트를 날려준 오늘 페피 선수와 만나봤습니다. 자, 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your victory again.
네, 오늘 이렇게 지금까지 포커페이스
And that is the final match of OWCS Korea Week 2. And with Pokerface taking the final victory of the week, I'll be sending it back to the casters.
Thank you, Quest, for the translation. And we just heard it from himself, the man himself, as Tank Diff. I think we are on the same line there. 3-0, 3-0, and a 3-1. Bit of a surprise. Pokerface win against Genesis. That's a middle pack result that might be hurting them a lot more for Genesis towards the end, and a good one for Pokerface. But a solid victory for Runaway and Whack.
Yeah. The good thing for Genesis is that their next match gets a lot easier because they just have to play Falcons. So no problem. Genesis, by all accounts, should end up going 0-4 to start this out. They get a little reprieve after with Vesta and Sinprissa, but at that point, I don't know, you might just be broken mentally, spiritually, and physically. Brutal loss for Genesis, and here is how things are now. Falcons at number 1, tied up with Whack. Runaway sitting there behind him firm, but I think it's pretty firm that Falcons and Whack are 1-2 very clearly. But where it gets really interesting is that 3-4-5-6 actually could see a lot of movement through there. Well, actually 3-4-5. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. 3-4-5, one of those teams is not going to make the playoffs right off the bat. They'll have a chance to go through the lower tournament, but you don't want to play extra games when you don't have to.
Yep, and the 9th place will be not making it into the playoff, and from 5th to 8th, they will have to fight their way up again to contest against top 4. And that's exactly the teams that we are seeing here. Pokerface actually playing 5 matches, same with Runaway. But on the other side, FTG, Genesis, they've only played 3 out of 8. So they will have a lot more matches to go through next week. So we'll see where they fall by the end of next week. So far, just 4th and 7th. We'll have some. I think we're going to have some more shake up in the middle ground. so far, Falcons WAC, they cannot be touched. Just undefeated, no match lost. And oh man, next matchup, some big moments happening. And Yeti SPG desperate to keep their middle ground, middle pack section. Oh, and Genesis Falcons, that will be a tough one. FTG versus WAC, I can't wait.
That's the one I'm really looking forward to as well. So we know how good WAC is, but FTG, it feels like I haven't seen enough of them. That's going to be a nice barometer of where is FTG really at when these things come down. I mean, man, Genesis having to play Falcons as your next match. Luckily, there's a week to prepare. Yeti SPG, Yeti's got to try to get themselves right, but Sinprissa is not an easy out either. They have taken maps off of very strong teams. So yeah, this is looking good, but that FTG WAC game, that should tell us a lot about FTG.
Yes, and it's just not just day one. We do have the full weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of Korea. So make sure to watch all of the matches because not just day one. I believe I hope we get to see the matchups for day 2 and 3, and because some really good matches are coming up in day 2 and 3 too. And I believe you're also
if you tune in for day 1, we'll tell you what's going on day 2 and 3. You got to tease the people, don't give them everything here.
All right. Yeah. You're on point. Exactly.
It's also going to be to the point where someone smarter than me is going to start doing the math of like, if they win this game, they are guaranteed top 4, or if they lose this game, they can't get top 4. We're getting to that point now where all of these matches are going to be, you're in top 4, you're out of top 4 kind of thing. And so as it even goes further than that, if a team is already guaranteed top 4, how hard are they going to go? And those kind of things, and how much strategy are they going to show the teams they play? Those are going to go in down the line. So it starts getting really, really interesting, even with only 2 weeks down.
Yeah, that's right. And I think some teams playing 5, some teams playing 3. So we have some more numbers, less numbers to talk about. But we're really seeing like top 2, top 3 dogs really coming down in the standings, and some of the bottom teams. But I think the real dramatic story is actually in that 4th, 5th spot. I think that's really the pinpoint on the entire standings. So we'll see how that goes as we still have a few more weeks in play from Korea, and also Japan and the Pacific to follow on the week.
Well, like I said, the team sitting 3, 4, 5, that's the interesting stuff to me. I've already kind of penciled in WAC and Falcons that they're going to be top 4. I really don't see a world in which that doesn't happen. But of 3, 4, and 5, there's 3 teams fighting for 2 spots guaranteed in. And then the 5th team, they'll probably go on and win whatever the other bracket is, the other group, as to say. But it's just more games that you don't really want to have to fight, and then you're not even being able to fight the top competition, so it's going to be different. But yeah, a lot at stake there between those 3, 4, 5. There's only 4 top spots, and I think there's 5 teams that are going to be fighting over them. So.
And one of the best things from Korea, we have a lot more OWCS this weekend all of a sudden. And by next week, who knows what's going to happen? Because last week we didn't really have too much Cassidy, some here and there, but it really seems like Cassidy is in everywhere right now, and maybe next week by Korea, they might have some different result from the scrims.
What a difference a week can make. That's all I'll say. From one week to the next, we've seen completely different comps. It's been a blast to watch.
Yeah, it's my first online here, so I had a bit of a mic issue, but it's solved. And thanks so much, Hex, for sticking with me until the end. It was a pleasure, and let's have a lot more fun next week. And thanks everyone for watching Overwatch Champions Series Korea, and see you all next time.
네.